Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitching. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electric light to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 million. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man
Sorry, y'all. I got kicked out of the studio and I was on the wrong internet connection. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. Should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's about to spin some hands. Join us this Tuesday for a brand new episode. And on this season 4 episode, Tray 8 or 38, part 3 or part Tray of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics that we were not able to discuss in part 1 and part 2. And those topics are Denver just passed a flavor tobacco ban after 3 years of trying. The truth. Dr. Jill Stein throws shade at VP Kamala Harris. Mayor Brandon Johnson responds to Tom Homan. And Dr. Jill Stein throws shade at VP Harris. I got that on twice. Okay. So those are topics. Sorry, I almost had a typo. So we just got done attending this long-ass city council meeting. I tried to shorten it in hopes of being able to speak, but it never works out that way with these courtesy public hearings that Denver City Council loves to do, where they only allow the public 30 minutes to give testimony on a bill that's for public hearings. So they do the stuff on purpose, and now they think they got it this time around. Last to do the bill, the flavor tobacco ban, they got vetoed. They even got a supermajority vote and still got vetoed. So now they definitely think they got it in the bag because Johnston, our current coon-ass, racist ass man, because he's a white boy, and he talk about he's down to get arrested for the Mexicans, for the illegals from south of the border, and then he had to walk that shit back. He has stated that he would sign it into law. So I think they got this hook, line, and sinker. Hey, Twin or Max 285. I seen some other people. Yeah, so that's what we're gonna discuss first. So I'm gonna hop to it. I recorded it, so I had to record it. At least that portion of the meeting. Yep, I can go live on YouTube now, so that feels good. Why is it still on resident?
We know that Kennedy is they're hoping that this council listens to you all for your feedback. We look forward to listening to this public hearing.
no staff report, but there is a 30-minute courtesy public hearing for 1765. So I'm just going to say this once again. It's a 30-minute courtesy public time. The more we'll get through the queue. If we have more people signed up, we have time for. Just wanted to give that as a friendly reminder as we start this. Because we have 4 individuals signed up to speak. If you are here in person, after your name is called, please make your way up to the front bench. If you are here on Zoom, please accept the promotion when called upon.
At the bottom, I saw this up early, so we should be early.
And it's
Friday, though, and somehow we didn't make the list. We're not able to speak, but we spoke on this video, so I read it.
Signed.
I saw this up on what, Friday?
Next one is Janine Brown. Oh, are you here in person? Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, great.
Good evening, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm here as a retailer and have 2 locations in the city of Denver. As I spoke about a month ago as well, the minimum wage has already impacted our business a lot, and having a flavor ban reduce more sales for the single store operator or multiple store operator here in it will cause a significant use tax the city relies upon. We have legalized marijuana in Denver, but we're trying to do a flavor ban, which doesn't seem, collide with when looking at things eye to eye. We're promoting things that are more dangerous to the society, and we're taking things away that are legalized. A lot of local business owners have spent a lot of time, money, and their career behind, buying businesses, thinking that those businesses are going to run their household, but everything is coming hard at the small business owners. And I highly request the council to take into consideration of the effects that it's going to take on all the small business owners. So much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next we have Zachary Tonight Kennedy.
They're going to get local friendly.
Next up we have Janine Brown Frank. Raja Singh.
I called to get his opinion on this and kind of what happened since these things passed this law. My uncle has seen a decrease of sales about 35%. Now, tobacco did not make up 35% of his total sales. How'd that happen? Customers aren't coming in to buy cigarettes. Well, they also stopped coming in to buy stuff altogether. There's trees, food, candy, and stuff like that. Now, so we basically have made convenience stores inconvenient. Now, customers are going down the street to buy cigarettes, giving the tax dollars to the city next door. Now, keep in mind, this is for schools, roads, public improvement, public health, salaries for police officers, firefighters, and so much more. Council members, let me ask you, how much tax money will be taken away from things like public health, education from this flavor ban? And vapes are still being sold under the table. We've seen this in California. You know, that now it's kind of a thing of, oh, I have a friend who knows someone that can get you guys this stuff.
Yep.
So it's going to unregulate what should be regulated already. My cousin from Boulder is saying the same thing. People driving down to Superior, Westminster, to get what they need. And he mentioned that vapor with people to in the first place. Now, the whole point of this ban is to protect the future generation of kids and essentially stop the addiction. And I am for that too, but there's a better way to do this.
Right.
We can increase tax on it, making it hard for kids.
You're paying enough tax on it.
First place,
paying like $3 on tax on it.
And my second solution is just target vapes, which is why we are concerned with this in the first place, instead of including all nicotine products. There's no point of banning flavored cigarettes and chew, and aren't going to stop doing it. Exactly. You're hurting our businesses, mom and shops. Yep. You're hurting the community by taking away tax dollars. I'm asking you to reconsider this proposal and work with small business owners like myself to find a solution that protects our community without devastating local businesses.
Yes, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to go back and call up the next 5 speakers because we have overflow outside. So we have Zachary Sadai Kingsley, we have Janine Brown Franklin, Tessa Crump, Carlos Sandoval, and Albert the next 5 speakers. So if you're in the overflow, please come in. Go ahead, Zachary.
Good evening, City Council. Good speaking again here tonight. I'm in opposition to the flavor ban tonight. Yep. And I'm in opposition because I believe that City Council is about to make business owners like me and illegal tobacco users of the products.
Right.
This is extremely concerning to me because I fall into both of those categories. I'm a small business owner in Denver. My family's been here for over 50 years, and I have used Zyn myself to quit chewing normal tobacco. And I have reached out to every single one of you guys sitting here tonight, via phone calls, via email. I've attended every single city council meeting since it became public knowledge to most people, which was on November 5th. I have attended every subcommittee hearing. I finally got to speak to 2 city council members on Friday. I appreciate both you guys reaching out to me and speaking to me. But clearly a month is not enough time to reach out to the people that have the data for you guys. The people that deal within the community every week, every day from 5 a.m. like I do to 11 p.m. at night. So I'm asking you guys tonight to vote no. Vote no for more time, more dialogue, more data, more analyzing it, because we think we can come up a better consensus decision here that everybody can support. But if you vote yes tonight, when you vote yes tonight, you're telling every one of the 536 retail tobacco stores in this district or in this county, and every single person in your constituencies that have used these products to quit smoking or chewing tobacco, we just don't care. We don't care about your opinion. We don't care about your data. We don't care about your business. We don't care. Now, I'm not asking you to always vote no. I'm asking you to vote no tonight for more time. More time for the dialogue. And if you do, and you give us another month or another month and a half, you come back to these chambers and vote yes on it, I will be the first person to stand behind you and support you. Because you've spoken and did your civil right as city council members to reach out to us, the constituents. Thank you so much for your time, guys, and have a good evening. God bless and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Next up, Janine Brown Franklin. After that, Tessa Crump.
Yes, he is.
I'm not gonna struggle at all.
He won't help me.
Lies.
It's not lies.
I am Tessa Crow. I am a resident of Congress Park, and I'd like to encourage Denver City Council to pass the ban on the sale of flavored nicotine products. I'm a former smoker myself, and I struggled for years to break my addiction. My mother was a smoker, and I was born premature and early. I suffered from asthma and ear infections as a child, and it impacted my ability to do physical activity. As a teenager, I was convinced that my mother would die from a heart attack from smoking, so I saved up my $1 an hour babysitting money to send her to a hypnotherapist. and she actually quit.
Yeah, this is
Probably because she
Colorado.
felt
This
so
is
guilty.
Denver City Council, Kahari.
How I ended up a smoker myself is beyond my comprehension. I tried to quit more times than I could count, but it wasn't until I became pregnant that it allowed me to quit for good. I wondered if my exposure to nicotine during my fetal life increased my vulnerability to addiction. I'm a perinatal epidemiologist now, and I've devoted my professional life to helping pregnant people with their addictions.
They're trying to ban
I run the
these,
Baby
Kahari.
and Tobacco-Free Cessation program through the Colorado School of Health, and we offer free counseling, financial incentives, and support to help women quit smoking during their pregnancy. I'd like to share my professional knowledge on how enticing flavors are an entry gate to this lifelong struggle that most profoundly affects pregnant people and their babies. The tobacco industry must secure its financial future by being forward-thinking and understanding who its customers of tomorrow will be. The industry knows the physiologic, behavioral, and psychosocial factors that are associated with nicotine initiation and, importantly, dependency. It develops and markets its products to increase the probability that vulnerable people will try them and become addicted. Nicotine as a drug, regardless of its delivery mechanism, drives repeated use and dependence, much like cocaine and heroin. As a perinatal researcher, I study the vicious cycle of familial addiction to tobacco and nicotine that the tobacco industry exploits for its own sustainability.
I wish I
People
never started.
become addicted to nicotine during
Kahari said you
vulnerable
don't smoke
periods
at
in
all.
their
Good.
life.
Keep it that way.
When they're young, when they're coping with trauma, when they feel excluded from opportunity. Teen brains are especially vulnerable to nicotine, and this is why the tobacco industry develops products with flavors like cotton candy, bubblegum, and banana cream. Once you're addicted early in your life course, you must carry this expensive health adverse habit throughout your life. Nicotine is a teratogen for fetal development. It's toxic for fetal development. It alters brain reward pathways to increase the... Thank you so much, Tessa. Next up, we have Carlos Sandoval.
I hate when they try to put their propaganda on us.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Good evening, Denver City Council. My name is Carlos Sandoval.
White chairs matter.
I'm a retired federal agent, and I was also a police officer for the city of Arlington, Texas for about 5 years. So altogether, I have about 35 years of law enforcement experience. And for those 35 years, I kept my mouth shut. I couldn't say anything based on my position. So now, as a retired agent, I can voice my opinion. I saw things as a law enforcement that I did not agree
Alcohol,
with.
tobacco, and firearms.
And I'm asking the city council to look at the big picture on this. For the kids, yes, I understand. I'm frustrated and passionate when organized crime is taking over on the back of your decisions. Eliminating e-cigarettes is not going to solve your problem. I've stood in the middle of right and wrong for 35 years. Eliminating the competition is ringing the bell for cartels and organized crime. Cartels and organized crime will go stronger under prohibition in Denver.
They sure will.
And I've seen it based on my experience in the southwest border. Colorado ranks 15th in the nation in cigarette smuggling. Tobacco is the #1 contraband in the world. Think about it. I know through my experience of 35 years in law enforcement that cartels and organized crime bring in large amounts of controlled substances through the southwest border. I know cartels are now bringing e-cigarettes through the southwest border. Cartels have less risk in the distribution of flavored e-cigarettes, which are targeted for kids, than selling controlled substances such as methamphetamine, fentanyl, and cocaine.
Salute.
The penalties for tobacco, what are they?
Some time for
Slap on the wrist, a fine. Why should we sell our hard drugs, cocaine and methamphetamine, when I can just sell tobacco? It's made for $1 or $2 a piece, an e-cigarette from China, and they're sold here for $15, $20.
Facts.
There's no age restriction in the streets where it's easier for a kid to buy products from an unknown person. You're elected to follow your constituents' views, not your own views. This beautiful and historic building has a words inscribed, erected by the people, the city of Denver. Your work is for the people of Denver. Please take notice of experienced subject narratives and the voice of your constituents. Tobacco and alcohol have been around since the beginning of time, before Jesus Christ was born. Think about it. These products are not going away.
Nope.
Has the city council thought about meeting in the middle and establishing a registry where approved e-cigarettes can be sold for the city, which helps for the tax ban or tax incentives?
Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you, Carlos.
We have Albert Woodruff, Augustine Luigo, Bob Belkin, Mary Schwarm, Mark,
Here we go.
and Terry Richardson.
Oh, Lord. Here we go with the damn coons.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President and members of City Council. My name is Elton Wedgeworth, and I live in Council District 9,
Former
located in the Union neighborhood.
and House
I'm here this
District 8.
evening to speak in support of the ordinance to eliminate the sale of flavored tobacco products in the city of Denver.
Hell no.
I want to thank the members of City Council, especially the bill sponsors, Councilman Darrell Watson, Councilwoman Gonzalez Gutierrez, and Councilwoman Lewis for your support and leadership on this issue, along with the council members who had previously supported the elimination legislation. I've been supporting this initiative for many years because I feel it's critically important for the future of our young people and everyone that we end the sale of flavored tobacco products today. Many people I know have been personally and directly impacted by smoking nicotine, and I have also been affected by this. The earliest memory I have of my father is a vivid image of him smoking Pall Mall cigarettes. Life was not easy. He had a wife and 6 kids. We were living in a public housing project in Curtis Park and had many pressures upon him with little to no money. Smoking was his only way of coping with how to live day to day. And unfortunately, we lost my father too soon because of smoking. And smoking also took my oldest brother, Tim Wedgeworth, who passed away January 2024. My experience is not unique. Millions of Black families across the country have related stories.
Yeah, but they didn't give
As
a
you
fuck
know,
when
the
it was
tobacco
us.
industry has intentionally and relentlessly targeted Black communities
none of
with
that when it was us.
flavored cigarettes, driving addiction and exacerbating health disparities. Unfortunately, due to systematic racism and tobacco industry power, you have the opportunity to right this wrong tonight. I know many young people that have been negatively affected by vaping products, especially flavored tobacco. You hear real life stories every day regarding young people who have been hospitalized because their health has been at risk. There is a growing movement, a continuing growing movement to prohibit the sale of flavored tobacco products across this country. It is very critical that we take a stand, and we take a stand now on behalf of our young people and others to eliminate flavored tobacco products because of its harmful effects and putting young users at risk for addiction. As a former city council member, I totally understand the decisions you make every day, the challenge of it, to take a stand and have the courage to make the tough decisions. And leadership is our responsibility to inspire people to take action to make their situations better, to make the right decisions and the tough ones as well. It's been said that sometimes the hardest your decisions are.
Our time is up, and
the
they
right
still letting
thing.
her talk.
It's the same thing.
Sit down.
I ask you tonight to make the
Thank
right
you so much.
decision.
No, thank you so
We
much.
have Anthony. No, sorry. Augustine Ligo.
Good evening. My name is Augustine Lugo. I've spent over 25 years in federal law enforcement, and as a special agent and as a supervisor with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Throughout my career, I've focused on fighting narcotics, firearms, and tobacco trafficking. I'm here today to share why I believe the proposed ban on flavored tobacco will do more harm than good.
Yes.
Let's start with the simple truth. The genie is out of the bottle. Once a product becomes deeply ingrained in society, banning it doesn't eliminate the underlying issues. Instead, it creates new challenges.
Exactly.
First, demand remains. Even if flavored tobacco is banned, the intense demand and deep-rooted craving for this product means people will still find ways to access it, whether through nearby cities, online platforms, or black markets. Second, banning flavored tobacco will fuel black markets. Once law-abiding sellers are pushed out of the market, criminal groups, gangs, and organized crimes will seize its money-making opportunity. Illicit tobacco, vapes, and counterfeit products, often from China, will flood the market, posing greater health risks. An outright ban won't solve the problem. It will only fuel trafficking, boost criminal profits, and escalate the risk of violence, corruption, and money laundering. Lastly, banning flavored tobacco will hurt law-abiding businesses and divert vital tax dollars and could be used for enforcement, education, harm reduction programs, leaving communities unable to fully address this issue. In closing, banning flavored tobacco may seem like a bold move, but it won't address the public's demand or long-standing crave for tobacco. Tobacco has been around for centuries, and while we cannot eliminate its use, we can make strides to mitigate its impact through education, regulation, and providing alternatives, not just banning it. Unfortunately, the policies being proposed are inadvertently creating a criminal market, paving the way for legal activity to thrive, and are fueling a dangerous underground economy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Next up, we have Bob Falcon. Falconer. Bob? They were getting them as we called them out.
No issues when it was our people being targeted. Yeah.
Zarmak.
Technology gets to rob us, not pay it, and then you get to take it back.
Good evening. My name is Mary Zarmak. I own Smoker Friendly with my brothers. We're a Colorado-owned company. We have 6 stores here in Denver. I also have 45 employees that reside here in Denver. We're 5 generations of Coloradoans in our family business. We are adamantly against this ordinance. The lack of consultation with Denver business owners undermines transparency and fair representation while working side by side with anti-tobacco groups during this entire time. This council pledged to work with stakeholders when elected, yet all of your actions on this ordinance disregarded that commitment. Flavored tobacco products represent more than 40% of my business here in Denver. To say that we would take a hard hit in our stores is an understatement. Groups such as Tobacco Free Kids cite youth usage, but the fact is, youth usage on tobacco products is at an all-time low. Denver fails to enforce existing laws targeting illicit products and expands bans without enforcement. Marijuana, bring in flavored alcohol. If we're going to take flavors off the market, let's be fair and equitable. Thank you very much.
What about the sugar? The drugs.
All righty. Thank you, council members.
Oh, Lord.
But for generations, tobacco companies have targeted Black people with cool, sexy, and sinister marketing. Culture, just a false perception created by calculated marketing. In the same predatory fashion, these companies have targeted youth, LGBTQ plus, along the tips to the vape industry. Deciding whether to ban menthol and other flavored tobacco nicotine products requires putting people and public health before profits and payouts. Menthol tobacco and other flavored tobacco products should be banned so they are no longer serve as a product the tobacco company can use to lure youth to become lifelong smokers. It should be banned to prevent disproportionate disease and deaths. The rest of Colorado and the nation look to Denver, a healthy city, to be a leader and a barometer of healthiness for our residents. Why not rise up in a positive light to show that Denver is indeed progressive and can do what is right for our youth and other marginalized people? This can leave a tremendous legacy that we can all be proud of. My final request is this. Please choose to support the policy to end the sale of flavored tobacco and nicotine products for people and public health before profit. And as Martin Luther King said, the time is always right. The time is always right to do what is right. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Next up we have Anthony Carruthers.
I literally said people over profit. Let's just go say people in public health. She said this. She said it's not part of Black culture.
I'm a 32-year law enforcement veteran. I retired from the city of Chicago.
Wow, the police
as a district commander of management. I just want to tell you something.
This is one of Sarge's people.
Handling problems normally will not work with a ban. It won't work always with law. A ban, we've been to this before.
Yeah, with prohibition.
We banned alcohol for 13 years. Then it was decided, we had after all the deaths and all the money that was made from it, and it was determined it could be taxed and returned to the market. In the city of Chicago in 1982, the city banned the sale of handguns from within the city of Chicago. Stores that were there had to literally shut down and move to suburbs or go out of business or whatever. Meaning that now people who had lawful rights for guns, law enforcement officers, security officers, policemen had to go to the suburb. Even if they resided in Chicago, you had to go to the suburb.
I'm gonna say I never thought I would agree.
I can tell you that
I don't have to agree with them tonight.
A ban, I guarantee. I'm not saying that one day this might happen. It will create more crime at a time when most of the major cities in this country don't have enough police officers to carry out the work now because people don't take this job the way they did with old timers like me who got on that job for 20, 30 years. You don't have the young people who apply for this job in major cities and a lot of small towns as well. You don't have it. You're going to create a situation that now, and even if you did make it a ban, that's makes it illegal. Sometimes the children are supposed to be protected will be the victim. Will they be arrested? And then people say, well, they have to learn that you don't have that kind of mental to create a law that no one is going to enforce anyway, and it will not work. It has never worked. And when I was working in drugs, we shut down a open air drug market, lock up people. Next day or two, people are there. Every day stop something, someone else is going to fill that hole. Do it the responsible way. So that the way you really want to change the idea about flavors.
Look how Ashley.
You have to change the way people think. I remember when people used to smoke in the elevator, smoke in the department store, smoke in the doctor's office, smoke in the bank.
Shout out to the viewers.
If you're not with but I'm saying those who might know.
They're trying to ban flavored tobacco products.
We taught people to change, to change what people think, and now people think you are a cigarette inside. There's ways to do it without a ban. It will hurt you in the long run. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Milo Marquez on Zoom.
Madam President, members of Denver City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Milo Marquez, and I'm the chair of the Latino Commission. Once again, I'm here to express my deep concerns about the harmful impact of flavored tobacco and the effect that it has on our youth. As a father of a 13-year-old student and an advocate for children and families in Denver, I see firsthand how the tobacco industry has targeted our children. Flavored tobacco products are designed to entice and hook young children by using flavors that seem harmless, amass the true dangers of addiction. The marketing for these products is predatory, deliberately targeting vulnerable communities, especially our youth, which will lead to devastating health consequences. Our youth are not staying silent. Across Denver, young people are raising their voices, calling for an end to the sale of these harmful products. They are asking us, the adult, to prioritize their health and future over the product, over the profits of the tobacco industry. Their concerns deserve to be heard and acted upon. This issue is particularly urgent for the Latino community, which already faces significant health disparities. Allowing flavored tobacco to remain on the shelves only perpetuates these inequities. By banning the sale of these products, Denver can take a meaningful step for protecting our children, advancing public health, and creating a safer city. Tonight, I urge the council to listen to the voices of our youth and the families who care deeply about the future. Let's show that we can value our health and our safety by putting an end to the sale of flavored tobacco products. Together, we can build a healthier and stronger Denver. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
I will call the next 5 people. So if you're in the overflow room, please come to the front door so that our marshals can let you in, because we're at capacity in here. So I'm going to say the names slowly and clearly. And if you're in the overflow room, please come to the door. We have Alberta Simmons, Colleen Curran, Molly Tomlin, Eric Hydron, and Leroy Lemos. And that will probably be our last 5 speakers, depending on how it goes.
Motherfuckers.
Albertus, go ahead.
Come on, Albertus. Give them that work. Give them that work, Albertus.
So we all still friends, you know. We just on opposite sides. Giving
that work, Albertus.
Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity, Kevin. And you know, this ban is a gateway to murder of black men.
Yep.
This ban, if you all
give them that work, Albertus.
Pass this ban,
look, they cracking up. You saw they looking at
it's not going to do anything but cause more trouble for black men.
Give them that work, Albertus.
Black men enjoy menthol cigarettes. I don't smoke cigarettes, so I don't know. This is what my friends tell me. And I have a lot of them. And at the end of the day, why do we want more police aggression toward black men, especially unarmed black men? Denver, do you want to become another Aurora City Council? You want to become Aurora? You know, Aurora hates black men out there.
I have a toothache.
So here in Denver, you all at least give us a chance to live.
Yeah,
you're not going to give us a chance to live if you pass that ban.
At the very least.
Because now we don't have enough gas to get to Nevada, to Westminster, to go over there to get those cigarettes from over there. So we have to get them from the street. The black market is somebody alluded to. The black market. So that means that there's more police presence.
On the black market.
If you think that's a problem,
if
you think that's not a problem, you should ask the family of Eric Gardner, the brother who died, who was unarmed, and his only crime was that he was selling loose cigarettes. So that is exactly what's going on.
I still can't breathe, goddammit.
If that's ordinance passed. What I like to say as I close, though, you know,
it's not a game.
I heard
it's not a game.
Ian Johnston say
it's not a game.
He's willing to go to jail. In support of migrants in this town. And I applaud him for that. That's a good thing. You ought to be willing to go to jail for black folks who smoke them menthol cigarettes. You ought to be willing to do that. Give us the same opportunity that you're giving migrants. Give it to us. We deserve the right to live.
Get them, Albertus.
And smoke what we choose to as adults. Not as kids, but as adults. Not as kids, but as adults. So I just wanted to say that, City Council.
Thank you, Albertus.
And thank you all for your time.
Redeemed yourself.
Next up, we have Colleen Curran.
When you're not chilly, kissing ass.
Right.
Fine.
Ashtray. You're getting out. You're about to get ashes everywhere. You're just holding a cigarette. Holding.
Just I do whatever the fuck I want to grow.
Okay.
God damn her, man. That's okay. You go like that. Oh God, thank God.
Thank you, Council. My name is Colleen Curran. I'm a tobacco treatment specialist at University of Colorado Hospital. I've been helping people quit smoking for 17 years. I am a former smoker, and I've come to be here tonight because in the mid-70s, which 4 or 5 of you might remember, I decided I might pick up a cigarette because my friends were doing it because it looked cool. And I smoked a Marlboro, the world's most popular cigarette. And I coughed so violently that I turned green and threw up. Which would have been an excellent time to say maybe I shouldn't smoke cigarettes.
Damn and Camel.
But teenagers don't think that way. So I thought, let me try a menthol cigarette. And when menthol cigarettes didn't make me throw up, I became a 30-year menthol smoker. And my story is not unique. Menthol anesthetizes your lungs. It allows you to inhale cigarette smoke more easily. It allows the poison to go in a lot more pleasantly. I have since helped many, many people stop smoking. And I know that we kind of look at nicotine addicts with a sense of that's their choice.
It is our damn choice.
And they're grown-ups. What's the big deal?
Exactly.
Well, we do care about opioid addicts. We care about heroin addicts. We care about anyone who suffers.
That's the only reason why you care about them, because they're white.
What's the most dangerous addiction we have?
I didn't give a damn about them when they was black.
It's nicotine. It's nicotine that's killing 500,000 people in this country every year. And what are we doing about it? Not very much. But this is one thing that we can do so that at least a few young people won't get started. And maybe a few adult people can stop. So I applaud you for supporting this measure tonight. Thank you very much. Next up we have Molly Tolman. Is Molly? Next up we have Eric Hadron.
Yeah, because you shouldn't be smoking.
Eric?
Here, because I could only really hold my fucking deflated.
Thank you, members of Denver City Council. My name is Eric Hadorn. I'm a resident of District 7 in Denver and Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association. I'm here to support the end of sale of all flavored tobacco products in all locations. Tobacco products cause heart disease, stroke, lung disease, and cancer. If people do not start using tobacco before the age of 25, they are unlikely to ever use it. Flavors are designed to appeal to children, as over 80% of kids say flavors are why they use tobacco. Despite national purchase age being 21, the 2023 Healthy Kids Colorado survey found that 86.7% of Denver students who tried to buy.
Greetings, Shabaka. Thank you for joining us. Video of the live I did earlier of Denver City Council. They passed the ban. So now it goes to the mayor, punk ass Johnson, to sign it in the law, and he's already said he's going to do it. So, won't be about menthol cigarettes or any flavored tobacco, any vapes, any of that come March, April of next year, 2025.
Okay.
In Denver. All the cities surrounding it, you can still get it. But in Denver proper, you won't be able to buy them. It's going to be like how it is in California. You're going to still be able to buy it. It's going to be under the table.
Okay. All right.
Playing the meeting, and you just missed Albertus. Remember I told you about Albertus when I first linked up with you? Long-term Denver activist. He moved here from Chicago. But he's the one that was telling us to vote for Biden and Kamala back in 2020, and he had supported my opponent, Leslie Herod, the one who I ran for her seat. Yeah. So they had their cones, their licks, they shoots, they shines, all of that. Speaking in favor of it, including the councilman. Oh, I should fast forward to what the councilman said. That bastard there. Oh, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fucked up, man. You know what I'm saying? It really is.
With the sponsor, the co-sponsor on it, the white broad Sawyer, we call her Purple Rain. She's the one that proposed it because her daughter got hooked. But since she's white, now it's a problem.
Right. Yeah, that's always the case. You know what I mean? It's not a problem, man, until it starts affecting him.
We had our tether councilman call himself dissing us, those that opposed the ban, and he started theatrical, real performative, but like real disrespectful at the same time. Yeah. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
He's a tether Shabaka, so he's a feral African
tethers.
high scorer, and he's a goddamn tether.
Then he's not a diasporic African. Because
No,
if he was, he wouldn't be a. Where is this? Okay, where is this fool from?
He's from St. Thomas or the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Oh, okay.
He's from the same place Kundus Owens is from.
Really? Okay. Okay. Yeah, because see what has happened, Brother Chad, came to the conclusion that these motherfuckers, man, really don't know what Pan-Africanism is. You know, they don't fucking crazy. You know? Hold on.
I know what it is. They're not practicing in the least. They know what it is about it. They're just not practicing it.
Yeah.
Has been practicing in it in non-delineating while tethers like or anything but black, but they black when it's convenient, like when you're running for a historically black district.
Right.
But you're married to a whole white man.
Yeah, so then all of a sudden your blackness comes out.
Yeah.
The data we provided has been clear. It's been definitive. Every state and every municipality that has put in place an end to flavored tobacco has seen a decrease in youth access to vapes, and has seen a decrease. God in you, if only your God could be found in Dome. They debated and they discussed. And how they debated, and how they fussed. One amendment over the past.
This nigga think he is the Black Dr. Seuss. Like, what the hell was that shit, cuz?
Black Dr. Seuss.
You remember Dr. Seuss books and how he used to rhyme in the books?
Yeah, the cat in the hat and all that old type of shit. Yeah, everybody remember Dr. Seuss. Yeah, I remember seeing him in them public indoctrination centers. Okay, I can't hear Lady Che.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Very low. Very low.
How about now?
Yeah. You're loud and clear right there, but you got the fan going on.
Yeah, it's a laptop. But I'm talking to the background. I'm talking to shit because I was wearing high waters and shit, right? But this motherfucker decided he wanted to write a little something to disrespect us, and he did. And I just was beside myself. I just couldn't stop going off. The shit he said, like he tried to use our isms. He tried to hit us with some whack ass spirituals that he made up in his mind. You know, kind of like just to clown us and disrespect us, and then talk shit about the last mayor who vetoed this man, who was black, by the way. You know, and then he had a whole pack. Oh, he's so disrespectful. So listen to this.
Last 8 months.
Hello.
This people-powered campaign to end the sale of flavored tobacco
has taken on a life of its own. A puff of smoke and piles of cash has made this effort almost theatrical. The intensity, I tell you, before I get out of bed in the morning, I check under my bed to make sure a lobbyist isn't hiding there with one more convincing
like Michael
point.
Hancock?
Please let me give you one more
A
convincing
lobbyist like
point.
Michael Hancock?
So this time, for the holidays, I wrote this ode before the vote. It is titled, This Time We're Gonna Win. I hope you enjoy it. Dark, black smoke, clouds rolled in, filled with lung-busting, asthma-triggering, cancer-causing, death-inducing, nicotine, tar, carbon monoxide, arsenic, formaldehyde, lead, ammonia, and propylene glycol. Infused with the pleasant scent and taste of menthol and ooey-gooey bubblegum. A familiar voice, fierce, with its deep and menacing tone to growl.
Heart disease.
There are small but insignificant cracks in our armor, rumblings in the mile-high city, an uneasy whiff of defiance. There are whispers of a bill to end the sale of flavored tobacco. What influence? They mutter under their breath. We must remind them of their past failures and put an end before they even begin. Because if at first they believe, then second, they might just win.
Well, not certain liquor stores, but hey, if you're a fucking.
Then in a loud, commanding voice, they proclaim,
you know, they clearly
go down,
Right. They keep you out to get right.
lobbyist,
Oh my God.
way down,
Damn lobbyist. Watch his ass. Watch when he leaves off. He's gonna get a lobbyist too.
Council.
Oh my God. Nigga,
How easy they forget 2021. They counted the votes. They thought they counted the votes. They fought. Ha ha ha. Oh yes, they fought.
Yeah.
They counted the votes. And in the end, they lost.
You got your little townhouse, and he's always in our.
In 2022, under the Golden Dome, they debated and they discussed. And oh, how they debated. And oh, how they fussed. One amendment, two amendments, three amendments, four. We deepened our tone. We greased the wheels until they debated no more. Fools cry as you might about your health and your children's plight. Know that we will always succeed before the sound of the gong. Don't you know who I am?
I know.
I am Mother
You know you're
Trucking
a
King
tether.
Kong.
You are a tether.
Lewis? Lewis?
District 9.
Oh, I see you, girl.
Oh, I see your ass coming out.
Watson and Gonzalez
I
Gutierrez.
see you get recall.
Oh, we've met fools like you before.
Today
You
is
best stop tripping.
December
For your
16th.
sake, before it's too late, you need to back that up and close the door.
Oh my God. He does not talk
Okay,
like this.
now.
That motherfucker married to
Alrighty
a
then.
white man.
You question my backing. Buckle up, buttercups. Now we release the Kraken.
Shut up, butter.
One email, two email, 100 emails, and 1,000 score. A puff of smoke and bags of dough to buy more, more, and more. Ads in the paper to insult you and distract. We put the fear of God in you. If only your God could be found in a pack.
Ooh, and you got one on your
And
desk.
you got
Please,
a
for
no
one
course on
time,
your pad on your desk.
rhetorical question.
On your
What's
desk.
with the rush?
Give us space to pump our lives and do it without a blush. But before the voice can continue to spew and hiss, a loud crack was heard. What the heck is this? The ground began to rumble, tumble, then shake. Loud enough to make the deep, dark voice finally shut the hell up, pay attention, and quake. The dark, black, smoke-filled sky began to part. What is this? The people proclaimed it is. Could it be? Must it be the sun? My friends, the prophecy is real. All it took to end this plague was for us to know that we are the ones to turn the page.
2024.
Tonight we stand shoulder to shoulder with over 100 healthcare leaders and twice as many community members. We remember the names of our loved ones, sickened and killed by your poisons. Fool me once, shame on me. You won't fool me twice, because we've learned our lessons. So you can talk to the hand or can continue to submit under the force of our fist. Because tonight, Monday, December 16th, when all the votes are in, now we believe, and this time, yes, this time, we're going to win. Thank you, Madam President.
Oh, hell no. This nigga, fuck you. Fuck you. In 2027. That's out in 2027.
That's a hard act to follow.
Yeah, all these motherfuckers out in 2027.
But I'll do it. I'll do my best. So thank you all.
Brother Che.
Yeah. I said the first that motherfucker hit us with a disclaimer speech, and on a public hearing, they put it to a 30-minute thing so they didn't have to hear us, right? And we're on the list to speak, so we knew we were not gonna get in there, right? Because I was already like smoking cigarettes and saying I'm sounding all Friday, day, right?
I signed us up on Friday.
That's how serious it was. This motherfucker had the audacity to take his motherfucking flamboyant high water Al Roker wearing fucking doodle brown fucking vest, this loose booty fucking sitting like a bitch, cross leg all tight shit, motherfucking piping his ass, had the audacity to bring a pack of Newport shorts and talk shit, not only about the last mayor who vetoed the shit, but basically because we want to be a grown-ass American, and as our American right, when you turn 21, you can do whatever the fuck you want, buy liquor and a pack of smoke. Not our fault. You reckless little fucking white devils get your shit to the most. They try to put it on. They try to punish black people as usual, right? And as these shills in the front, 70-year-old old bat who want to tell us some shit about this is not part of black culture. I don't know what the fuck she said.
Yeah, let's go to that.
Right?
Let's go
and
to
I
that.
said, cause what are you talking about? You just spat in the face of your motherfucking ancestors who slaved and got beat over this shit. And not only that, but tobacco's robbed from us.
This is the former councilwoman.
They made trillions of billions of motherfucking
for the
dollars
district that I ran for.
Globally. They're the ones who all this stuff. They tax it. They're only fucking themselves, right? And they all because of
personally and directly impacted by smoking nicotine. And I have also been affected by
and whatever poison
she has a building named after her on the 5 Points.
Old ass bitch, because 70 years old and didn't even know her own motherfucking history. The second one. Yeah. I was
Westworth. You remember that name, Shabaka?
Vaguely.
I couldn't help it.
She was in office when you were doing petitioning work.
That motherfucker.
Okay.
I try to clown us because
working at the gym.
He always wearing that doodle brown motherfucking sweater, mismatched tie, fucking forest green green fucking dress shirt or whatever the fuck that is. No handkerchief matching. Fucking, he always looks like a weirdo with his little helmet and his fucking slick ass fucking skinny pants. And I'm talking about high waters where it's like put three of your first
kids or none,
and the ring finger
too.
together. You see how much above the ankle?
Shields.
That's still how much socket. And he sits like a bitch.
Oh, you talking about Daryl? You talking about the tether? You still on the tether?
Oh yeah, fuck him. Next time he has a barbershop meeting where he gets his little swirl done, I'm gonna go tell him I need a haircut so I can go cuss this motherfucking bitch ass out.
Right.
What you gonna do? We see him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We see him all the time. So he gonna do that? I'm like, why you bringing a pack of Newport shorts? You know you don't smoke.
Right.
You gotta take that big ass pipe out your motherfucking ass first and relax a little bit. Where you're having nightmares about nicotine.
Yeah.
Oh, bitch made motherfucking Al Roker looking ass.
My best. The earliest memory I have of my father is a vivid image of him smoking Pall cigarettes. Life was not easy. He had a wife and 6 kids. We were living in a public housing project in Curtis Park. He had many pressures upon him with little to no money. Smoking was his only way of coping with how to live day to day. And unfortunately, we lost my father too soon because of smoking. And smoking also took my oldest brother, Tim Wedgeworth, who passed away January 2024. My experience is not unique. Millions of Black families across the country have related stories.
Yeah, but they didn't give
As
a
you
fuck
know,
when
the
it was
tobacco
us.
industry has intentionally and relentlessly targeted Black communities with menthol flavored cigarettes, driving addiction and exacerbating health disparities. Unfortunately, due to systematic racism and tobacco industry power, menthols are the only flavored cigarettes left on the market. You have the opportunity to right this wrong tonight. I know many young people that have been negatively affected by vaping products, especially flavored tobacco. You hear real life stories every day regarding young people who have been hospitalized because their health has been at risk. There is a growing movement, a continuing growing movement to prohibit the sale of flavored tobacco products across this country. It is very critical that we take a stand now on behalf of our young people and others to eliminate flavored tobacco products because of its harmful effects and putting young users at risk for addiction. As a former city council member, I totally understand the decisions you make every day, the challenge of it, to take a stand and have the courage to make the tough decisions. And leadership is our responsibility to inspire people to take action to make their situations better, to make the right decisions and the tough ones as well. It's been said that sometimes the hardest your decisions are,
Her time is up, and it's still letting her talk.
It's the same thing.
Sit down.
I ask you tonight to make the right decision.
No, thank you so much.
Anthony? No.
Yep.
Sorry. Augustine Legal?
Yep. You know, her kids the same way.
Good evening. My name is Augustine Lugo. I've spent over 25 years in federal law enforcement and as a special agent and as a supervisor with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Throughout my career, I focused on fighting narcotics, firearms, and tobacco trafficking. I'm here today to share why I believe the proposed ban on flavored tobacco will do more harm than good.
Yes.
Let's start with the simple truth. The genie is out of the bottle. Once a product becomes deeply ingrained in society, banning it doesn't eliminate the underlying issues. Instead, it creates new challenges.
Exactly.
First, demand remains. Even if flavored tobacco is banned, the intense demand and deep-rooted craving for this product means people will still find ways to access them, whether through nearby cities, online platforms, or black markets. Second, banning flavored tobacco will fuel black markets. Once law-abiding sellers are pushed out of the market, criminal groups, gangs, and organized crimes will seize its money-making opportunity. Illicit tobacco, vapes, and counterfeit products, often from China, will flood the market, posing greater health risks. An outright ban won't solve the problem. It will only fuel trafficking, boost criminal profits,
and escalate the risk of violence, corruption, and money laundering. Lastly, banning flavored tobacco will hurt law-abiding businesses and divert vital tax dollars and could be used for enforcement, education, harm reduction programs, leaving communities unable to fully address this issue. In closing, banning flavored tobacco may seem like a bold move, but it won't address the public's demand or long-standing crave for tobacco. Tobacco has been around for centuries, and while we cannot eliminate its use, we can make strides to mitigate its impact through education, regulation, and providing alternatives, not just banning it. Unfortunately, the policies being proposed are inadvertently creating a criminal market, paving the way for legal activity to thrive, and are fueling a dangerous underground economy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Next up, we have Bob Falcon. Falconer. Bob? I called out 5 names, so they were getting them as we called them out.
No issues when it was our people being targeted.
Zarkmarch?
Yeah.
Zarmak.
Tomorrow you get to rob us, not pay your debt, and then you get to take it back.
Good evening. My name is Mary Zarmak. I own Smoker Friendly with my brothers. We're a Colorado-owned company. We have 6 stores here in Denver. I also have 45 employees that reside here in Denver. We're 5 generations of Coloradoans in our family business. We are adamantly against this ordinance. The lack of consultation with Denver business owners undermines transparency and fair representation while working side by side with anti-tobacco groups during this entire time. This council pledged to work with stakeholders when elected, yet all of your actions on this ordinance disregarded that commitment. Flavored tobacco products represent more than 40% of my business here in Denver. To say that we would take a hard hit in our stores is an understatement. Groups such as Tobacco Free Kids cite youth usage, but the fact is, youth usage on tobacco products is at an all-time low. Denver fails to enforce existing laws targeting illicit products and expands bans without enforcement in place. This is short-sighted and this will be ineffective. Please vote no on this ordinance, or at least take other flavored adult products and throw them into the ordinance. Bring in the gummies from marijuana, bring in flavored alcohol. If we're going to take flavors off the market, let's be fair and equitable. Thank you very much.
What about
so what she wants to do, so her thing is marketing vices.
That's the most addictive drug.
All right.
Yeah, but it's also a fight. So she's about marketing vices.
But for generations, tobacco companies have targeted Black people with cool, sexy, and sinister marketing campaigns. In fact, they use Black people as guinea pigs as they perfected the cigarettes and menthol marketing strategies. These methods started in the 1960s and continue to this day. Using cultural enticements, the consumption of menthol tobacco products have been baked into the consciousness of Black America. But Newport and Cool menthol tobacco products are not part of Black culture, just a false perception created by calculated marketing. In the same predatory fashion, these companies have targeted youth, LGBTQ+, and other communities of color and pass along the tips to the vape industry. Deciding whether to ban menthol and other flavored tobacco nicotine products requires putting people and public health before profits and payouts. Menthol tobacco and other flavored tobacco products should be banned so they are no longer serve as a product the tobacco company can use to lure youth to become lifelong smokers. It should be banned to prevent disproportionate disease and deaths. The rest of Colorado and the nation look to Denver, a healthy city, to be a leader and a barometer of healthiness for our residents. Why not rise up in a positive light to show that Denver is indeed progressive and can do what is right for our youth and other marginalized people? This can leave a tremendous legacy that we can all be proud of. My final request is this. Please choose to support the policy to end the sale of flavored tobacco and nicotine products for people and public health before profit. And as Martin Luther King said, the time is always right. The time is always right to do what is right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Anthony Carruthers.
I literally said people over profit. This is gonna say people in public health. She said this. She said it's not part of Black culture.
I'm a 32-year law enforcement veteran. I retired from the city of Chicago.
Wow, the police
as a district commander of management. I just want to tell you something.
This is one of Sarge's people.
Handling problems normally will not work with a ban. It won't work always with law. A ban, we've been to this before.
Yeah, with prohibition.
We banned alcohol for 13 years. Then it was decided, we had after all the deaths and all the money that was made from it, and it was determined it could be taxed and returned to the market. In the city of Chicago in 1982, the city banned the sale of handguns from within the city of Chicago. Stores that were there had to literally shut down and move to suburbs or go out of business or whatever. Meaning that now people who had lawful rights for guns, law enforcement officers, security officers, policemen had to go to the suburb. Even if they resided in Chicago, you had to go to the suburb.
I'm gonna say I never thought I would agree.
I can tell you that
I don't have to agree with them tonight.
a ban, I guarantee. I'm not saying that one day this might happen. It will create more crime at a time when most of the major cities in this country don't have enough police officers to carry out the work now because people don't take this job the way they did with old timers like me who got on that job for 20, 30 years. You don't have the young people who apply for this job in major cities and a lot of small towns as well. You don't have it. You're going to create a situation that now, and even if you did make it a ban, that's makes it illegal. Sometimes the children are supposed to protect will be the victim. Will they be arrested? And then people say, well, they have to learn that who's going to handle this? You don't have that kind of power to create a law that no one is going to enforce anyway, and it will not work. It has never worked. And when I was working in drugs, you shut down a open air drug market, lock up people. Next day or two, people are there. Every time you stop something, someone else is going to fill that hole. Do it responsibly. So that the way you really want to change the idea about flavors,
Look how Ashley.
you have to change the way people think. I remember when people used to smoke in the elevator, smoke in the department store, smoke in the doctor's office, smoke in the bank.
Shout out to the viewers.
If you're not restricted, but I'm saying those of you who might know.
They're trying to ban flavored tobacco products.
We taught people to change, to change what people think, and now people think you are a cigarette inside. There's ways to do it without a ban. It will hurt you in the long run. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Milo Marquez on Zoom.
Madam President, members of
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on what you heard? That's hard.
Goes down the damn toilet every fucking chance they get.
You got to hear Albertus, and then I'm gonna go to the next topic.
Sounds like so.
You miss Albertus.
I forgot the camera part. I recorded the whole
When that workout verse.
Cast is banned.
Look, they cracking up. You saw they looking at
It's not going to do anything but cause.
let's show exactly.
Give them that workout verse.
So we all still friends, we just on opposite sides. Giving
that workout verse.
Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity. Okay. And this ban is a gateway to murder of black men.
Yep.
This ban, if you all
give them that workout verse.
Cast this ban,
Look, they cracking up. You saw they looking at
it's not going to do anything but cause more trouble for black men.
Give them that workout verse.
Black men enjoy menthol cigarettes. I don't smoke cigarettes, so I don't know. This is what my friends tell me. And I have a lot of them. At the end of the day, why do we want more police aggression toward black men, especially unarmed black men? Denver, do you want to become another Roy City Council? You want to become a Roy? You know, Roy hates black men out there.
I have a toothache.
So here in Denver, you all at least give us a chance to live.
Yeah,
you're not going to give us a chance to live if you pass that ban.
At the very least.
Because now we don't have enough gas to get to Nevada, to Westminster, to go over there to get those cigarettes from over there. So we have to get them from the street. The black market is somebody alluded to. The black market. So that means that there's more police presence. And
black
if you think that that's a problem, if you think that's not a problem, you should ask the family of Eric Garner, the brother who died, who's armed, and his only crime was that he was selling loose cigarettes. So that is exactly what's going on.
I still can't breathe, goddammit.
If that's ordinance passed.
I think
what I like to say as I close, though,
it's not a game.
I heard
it's not a game.
Ed Johnston say
it's not a
that
game.
he's willing to go to jail in support of migrants in this town. And I applaud him for that. That's a
willing to go to jail, man.
Who smoked them menthol cigarettes. You ought to be willing to do that. Give us the same opportunity that you're giving migrants. Give it to us. We deserve the right to live.
Get them, Albertus.
And smoke what we choose to as adults. Not as kids, but as adults. Not as kids, but as adults. So I just want to say that, City Council.
Thank you, Albertus.
And thank you all for your time.
Redeem yourself.
Next up, we have Colleen Kieran.
When you're not chilly, kissing ass.
Right.
Fine.
Wow.
I was like, I'm selling Lucy's and everything. I'll be that motherfucker right there.
Do you remember him, Shabaka?
I was starting selling cigarettes for $6.
Nope, but I do remember the name years back.
So I'm gonna do what comes naturally to me, family. What comes naturally. Okay?
That's the #1 ambulance chaser in Black Denver.
Damn.
For $6.
They say he's straight ambulance chaser, huh?
Mm-hmm.
For
For over 40 years, the last time the Raiders won a Super Bowl. That Pops knows him real well. And when I first got in the activist scene, who I run into? Albertus.
Normally he's doing some shilling and fucking cooning and ass kissing and sucking up.
Yeah, he got a whole Oh, we didn't see how much he got.
What?
Them nonprofits that got all that money.
Oh man, there's a whole list.
Yeah, but I didn't see his
So we're gonna find out tomorrow. We're in the meeting. It's all the agenda.
Drive to Nevada was for some cigs. Oh my God. No, we don't have to go that far. It's just a rural. We just got to go next door.
Yeah, it's next door, man. Trust me, I got it on the low. I had a whole.
We don't have to leave the state. They ain't banned it statewide.
No, knock on my back window. You can get it.
We just gotta go to the surrounding areas.
That's where you got it from. So we got it from at the Cadillac spot.
What is it? Where the May 2025.
$13 a pack. Fuck you.
Hey, they charging $3 on tax alone.
Ask me, I know the low spot. I still know where you get Lucy.
Mm-hmm.
To this day.
Yep.
To this day.
So for those that know Denver, you're just gonna have to just get to Sheridan, or you're gonna have to get to Yosemite. We still gonna work.
Brandy asked. Then I'll be like,
yep, Black Market. You remember that song?
Yeah, hey, Mac 285. Man, damn Raiders ain't shit, Mac 285. Them sorry ass motherfuckers. Man, they play like garbage tonight, man.
When don't
they play like garbage? And they losing their fan base here in Las Vegas too, because the majority of them seats in the stadium were empty.
Great
Don't
news.
nobody want to play to pay to see a damn loser. What do you mean, man? That's horrible news, man. That's horrible news.
Horrible news.
That you'll be sitting the playoffs out after having 8 years to try to do something.
That's not our fault.
That's horrible news. Now, who do the Ponies play next? Y'all got to play Kansas City, right?
Such thing as the Pony, it's the Broncos, and we playing the Chargers or the Dope.
Well, man, kick the Chargers' ass, man. That's the only time I'm gonna be with you when they play them scrubs. Yeah, I want to see the Ponies smash the Chargers, the Dogs.
Colts. You got us confused with the Colts. We're not the Colts. We're the Broncos. We're not the Colts.
Man, a Bronco, a Colt, a Mustang or whatever, they still ponies to me, man.
Miniatures.
No, one is full grown.
Right now,
the other is not.
Just feeling yourself. Hey, put you out up everything.
And Sunday.
I'm gonna send out that voodoo juju to make sure
you do that hoodoo juju all you want.
Somebody just failed. Watch.
You bring the hoodoo.
Watch.
Hoodoo.
Not losing game in a
And the Chargers gonna lose like they lost to Tampa Bay. We already beat the hell out of Tampa Bay, so it's nothing.
Fire everybody.
It won't be. It won't be a repeat of.
I might even go bet on it.
That October game. That's for sure.
The betting. I got a little loot. I would bet it on the
They beat us in the October game, but they're gonna lose come next Sunday or Thursday. Actually, they're gonna lose on Thursday.
Good luck, man. A little bad juju pop. Look what happened to old light skin a year or so.
Oh Lord, and what's his damn name? Justin Fields. What is that fool's name? Herbert. No, Herbert. Herbert gonna get hurt too. Okay, Shabaka, what are your final closing thoughts on what you just heard?
Okay, man, is that they full of shit with that damn tobacco, man. You know, they let them cools, the menthol, Newports, you know, they're going to put them in the black community. And quite naturally, of course, everybody's going to go buy the shit off the black market. Because I remember in L.A., man, the motherfucker selling the newspapers, the L.A. Times, he was selling black market cigarettes.
All you got to do is go to Yosemite and Sheridan.
I'm adding it up.
Yeah.
In Hampton. You'll be able to get it.
Just cut the check right.
Okay.
Go to Sheridan. There's literally a town called Sheridan. You can get it there. Sheridan. You go on the other side of Sheridan. You on Lakewood. You can get it there. So,
look at Johnson. Mary Johnson was at the strip club.
I believe it.
He was at the strip club throwing money.
Yeah. It's a trick.
Were at boys or girls?
At girls.
At the girls strip club. Look,
because you know.
Oh, missed it. Right there. He's right there. Look. Oh my God. He's in the back. Without the lights.
I'm not surprised.
Regular black clothes. Like this.
I'm not surprised.
Like this.
I'm not surprised. Look who we used to hang out with. I'm not surprised. Okay. Lady Trey, what are your final thoughts on this?
But the tobacco ban?
Yeah.
It's just bullshit. There's another thing to flush. Look, bam, right there. Look. Yes, Mayor Johnson from Chicago at the strip club gave regular clothes. What we're gonna say? I just think it's shit, and it's real fucked up. It's just how you gonna tell grown people what they can and can't do? It's an American fucking rite of passage to go in the liquor store at 21. Go buy a pack of cigarettes. Go buy something. You know, whether you smoked it or not, you get to use your ID.
Right.
You know what I mean? Whether you did anything with it, you bought a pack of zigzags, a fucking pack of fucking backwoods, anything. It's a rite of passage. You go use your motherfucking ID. Now they want to tell you something because, you know, some white kids are reckless and shit. The parents left their shit on the table. Kids took it and tried to clock it. These little devils that did that shit because little black kids don't want to smell like tobacco. They don't want to smell like cigarettes, right? So they always try to push it on black kids. It wasn't them. I gave Jesse a prime example. Little girl was caught slacking in the crib. I snatched up the bait. She did. I took it over to Jesse's house to show. I hit it once, threw up because I hit it too hard, and I didn't know what the fuck it was because it's just bait. It's like water, right? It's like hot water. I just took two big of it. I tried to treat it like a cigarette. Fucked me up. I threw it right in my lap. And it was Jesse. Jesse received it like a champ. She asked me what happened to it. I said, I thought you took it with her. See, and I'm an adult. She wasn't an adult at that time. But she looked white. This is a white thing. It was her. She brought the shit in. And she got caught lacking in the crib. Possession, I put the law around my spot. I took it over to the Blacc house to try to show Jesse. And look at her found. Somebody caught lacking, right? And I hit it and literally, because I hit it like I thought it was like a weed or cigarette. I took a real deep drag.
Yeah.
That motherfucker hit me
that
wrong.
shit like a Newport.
It hit me wrong. I couldn't handle it. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? This steamy water? Like baked water? What the fuck? Why would I want to do that? Here, Jesse. Jesse hit it like a champ, like it's a bong hit. And nothing happened. I just looked at him like, oh my god, I gotta go wash my hands. Fuck you, cuz. And that was that. And what happened? Kept it. And I told her, I thought she took it with her. But she was not 21. And she looked like a little white girl. So I was like, I figured that's a white thing. Because I didn't like the bait. Jesse did it because we didn't have nothing to smoke. And that was that. Right? So I was like, not for me. I like cigarettes and weed. That's it. Cigarettes and weed. Everybody try to have a hard look at it. And, oh, I lost somebody. Look here. Blah, blah, blah. Look, man, I had COPD and I did not get it from cigarettes. I got it from a motherfucker having a cold, and we were sharing a bottle of Crown Royal. 9 motherfuckers, my cousin's friends, and I got a cold.
Crown Royal?
Yeah, we shared the Crown Royal, right? And,
okay, well, you shouldn't have got sick, lady. You should not have gotten sick, Lady Chase, because Crown Royal, that there is high quality alcohol like Jack Daniels.
I know. Tell me about it, right? But this motherfucker had a cold, and in my body, cold turned to pneumonia in 4 hours, and 4 hours later, I was going to the hospital, lung collapsed, and I went into a coma. Came out with an oxygen tank as big as me. It did not.
Damn.
Real shit. That's how it happens to me. A fucking.
Damn, I'm sorry to hear that.
Right? What did I tell you, Jesse? Like that time I got sick, right? Just recently?
Yep.
I hadn't been outside. The window was open. I caught a breeze of a cold. And it manifested all kind of ugly shit. I barely could.
Was this in the winter months, Lady Che?
Last week. About 2 weeks ago.
It's still taking fall.
Damn, well, the winter months, yeah, or late fall, yeah.
An elevator. Just coming from upstairs to the downstairs. Right?
Oh my gosh.
You
gotta keep you some Lysol around you, Lady Che.
Right. I don't go nowhere and I stay my stuff, right? But a breeze of a germ could come in and fuck my whole world up. And I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, that's why you gotta keep some. That's why you gotta keep some Lysol around you. And then what you gotta do, if you can, you gotta intake you some lime juice.
Well, ever since I saw it,
and it tastes like hell too.
I like lime juice. I just don't like it on food.
Yeah, but what it is though, Lady Che, you know, see, it's antibacterial. It's your highest concentrated of citrus acids. It's the lime, the grapefruit, then the oranges. You see what I mean? And then also too is that they trying to mandate pushing more of these damn vaccines, and punk ass Robert Kennedy Jr. with his lying ass, you know.
Yeah.
That son of a bitch is flipped Republic. It's 44 degrees here.
It's 28 degrees here.
For real?
Oh, you all are below freezing.
Shabaka, man, to tell you the truth, like I'm so elated that this shit is happening because it's just really bad looks all around. That I read 5 audits that just shit on all of them, and I was happy about it.
Yeah.
And everything I say about them spending money, misappropriating funds, they're actively doing it. They can't even account for it. So they
I know.
Permanently house the immigrants, but the unhoused that live in these hotel-like situations across the way are going to know where they're going to live. They're guaranteed a permanent spot. Make sense, right? They can't. There's no sense. There's no sense to it.
All right, well, switching gears.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
We got California, York State, and Lady Tay State.
Mm-hmm.
Lawmakers agreed to apologize for slavery, but no reparations.
Yeah, fuck all that.
I got to stay in their helmets. And I wish the fuck, man, I was in a position to go up there to Sacramento, man, and tell them motherfuckers about their goddamn selves, too.
Me too. Just for fucking symbolism, man. Don't give a fuck about
So
no
good.
It's time to do.
Vicky Dillon.
In record speed, both the Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly signed an Asian criminal bill for protection for the.
Yes, they sure did.
Much for tuning in. As you come in, be sure to give us a big thumbs up, and share.
Come on in.
The internet.
First time an American has been a main player. I'm one of the biggest clubs in the world. No pressure.
Paramount, you got too much goddamn money.
The broadcast. We, of course, ask that you do that because it makes it more likely that other folks will know that we're here. And how many of you all know that is so important to our message and the expansion of our Black collective voice? Yes, talk Black to me, somebody. And also, family, I am so honored to announce that you'll be seeing me here live on a regular basis, Tuesday through Thursday. Yes, Tuesday through Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern. So set your alarms, family, just in case you don't receive notifications. And of course, we want you to tell other folks about it. Yes, I am looking forward to sharing commentary here with you live. And of course, even if you don't make it live, be sure to check out the replay later on because it's going to be so very important. Yes, thank you so very much, family. Now, I like to say sometimes I won't be long, but I will be strong. And I won't be long today, but family.
I've been through this with you before. She has. And she's the biggest Black media platform out here. So she's reciprocated it. So that's what we've discussed this off air.
She's reciprocated with us, Brother Che.
Yes.
Yeah.
How does she reciprocate?
She's mentioned us in her broadcast, and she has she's mentioned us.
Yeah.
I'll put it like that. And she was responsible for the Black Agenda Tour when we had the Black Agenda Tour back in 2019. So, remember?
Okay. All right. Okay, I stand corrected then. Now, first, I want to say this here. California lawmakers agreed to apologize for slavery, but no reparation checks. Gavin Newsom, go get fucked in your ass. Kamala Harris, go suck a dog's dick. And every last one of you black ass motherfucking state legislatures there in the state Senate and in the state assembly, every goddamn last one of you motherfuckers ought to be recalled because you didn't have no balls to stand up for your people.
No cojones.
Yeah, let me address the California State Assembly, but then again, I might fuck around and get arrested again. You know.
We make sure we got some bond money for you.
We'll make sure you got plenty of commissary as we get.
You gotta have a conversation here.
Yeah.
How many of you all know we are not about to let up for 1 second on our demand, not ask, but our demand for reparations? Yes, Family, I want to read you a little bit about the goings on right now from one particular article out of concerning California. Yes. Now, just a little bit of a backstory. You all should know by now that there was a major and very successful statewide reparations push in California. Yes. It was so successful that some of the legislators there, they put their name on the bill, they were moving it forward. And so the next process to put it on the floor, the voting and so forth was to take place. Keep in mind that California is dominated, the legislature, by who? The Democrats. And who wielded a particular level of power were some of the Black Democrats there. Yes. So yes, we have a federal or nationwide reparations push because the federal government at large is responsible for the mistreatment and the theft of our labor and resources. But so are individual states. Do you understand? So that's what this is about. So for those of you that are saying, well, I thought this, I thought that, and I thought California didn't have slavery, baby, let me tell you something. Every state in the United States is complicit, either because of its explicit statewide laws, or they had laws that enforced anti-Black white supremacist discriminatory policies. Do you understand?
I agree with you on that. California.
So this is the reason why the demand was so forceful and very successful in California until who? Until your Black legislators sabotaged it. Talk back to me, somebody. And your white governor, Newsom, and I emphasize your white governor, liberal governor, because they're the ones that's supposed to be so pro-Black, right? California is overwhelmingly Democrat. But it was the Democrats that sabotaged it, that played around like they were getting ready to do it. Now, watch this. This is important for you to understand. This is the reason why when some of you all think that they doing something, when they talking about reparation studies, baby, they ain't nothing to study. We didn't study money for the white Ukrainians. We didn't study for the hundreds of billions of dollars that we still sending them. A new package that was recently sent out by Biden before he's getting ready to get out of here. That was not done. There was no studies done for white Afghans that we brought over here talking about all of the years of war that they went through, and we put all them millions and millions of dollars worth of gas in the jet planes and gave them tangibles when they touched down here in the United States. Because they essentially worked as assets for the U.S. government. So we brought them over from Afghanistan.
I don't know.
Nobody did studies,
but I know Biden
in the AAPI community, the Asian Pacific Island community, in 1 year's time, when the whole world was shut down because of the medical situation.
But I just don't know when to quit. You know who the hell us is? The U.S. Foundational Black Americans. Black America. America. The government. They did that.
The government. Yeah, the government did. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Biden took office.
Government.
The Democrats ran the Senate and the House. What did they use that time to do? In record speed, both the Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly signed an Asian criminal bill for protection for them. Technically, the bill that Black folks are still waiting to get, those of us who created and made America, we don't even have the bill, the legislation, the formal official passed legislation that the AAPI community got. And they got that because they said they experienced racism during the pandemic. Now, how many of you all know that when the census was done, and if I hadn't mistaken, maybe Brother Phil later on can correct me, I could have sworn he talked about this too. When the census was done, do you all know that they had to change? The census found that still the number one target for racism were Black folks, and that some of the numbers in certain parts of the countries for the Asian community was statistically unchanged. So they had to fix some of those numbers that was originally reported, like they was dealing with all kind of levels of racism. They had to adjust those numbers back downward or statistically unchanged in some places. So they got that special protection law, right? And without the need for congressional legislation, the Democrats with their slick self. This is what I keep emphasizing. Y'all, I know y'all like, why you keep talking about this? Because I'm trying to show you that the Democrats know how to get tangibles into the hands of constituencies in a slick way. All they needed was Republicans and Democrats to pass legislation so they can have a crime bill for the Asian community. They did that. And the Republicans almost overwhelmingly, just like the Democrats, except for one or two holdouts, overwhelmingly passed the bill for the Asian community. I'll break down what the reason for that is, what my suspected reasons for the reason why both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly supported the Asian bill. But in addition to the Asian community getting legislations for protection that required a law to be passed, which it passed and was signed. Come close to the screen. I brush my teeth, I promise you. The Democrats, without the need for any legislation, found $50 million already in the government in different agencies and redirected those funds to their community. Let me hit the gavel on that. Talk black to me, somebody. They found $50 million that was already in the government under different agencies and redirected those funds just to the Asian community in 1 year's time. They got a law passed, overwhelmingly passed by Republicans and Democrats, and with no need for a law.
Imagine nonprofit work transformed by purpose-built tools. With the giving platform built for purpose, you don't have to imagine. Bloomerang can help you raise more funds, retain more donors, save more time. Learn more at bloomerang.com.
The Bellevue's not just a place to live, it's a place to live. And that's all part of our community, is loving the way that we.
The Democrats creatively found a way to cut checks for their communities. Talk black to me, somebody. So when black folks sit up here and tell y'all don't be coming up with all of these roadblocks to tell us what you can and can't do, we can use a recent study and a recent group of people that was specific to them to prove our point in no limit of time. I'm bringing that up to let you know. Now I'm going to the article to remind you of something. We who created the country, we who have been here before the United States was officially the United States, that's been in existence for almost about 250 years-ish. We were here before that formally, right? They still hadn't given us one red cent. Giving the Japanese descendants money. After they were interned in some camps for a little short period of time, they weren't enslaved. It still wasn't right. But they weren't enslaved, they weren't flogged, they weren't lynched. They didn't do chattel slavery. They weren't involved in convict leasing. They didn't have no Jim Crow laws like us. But the descendants of the Japanese got checks, real tangible checks in the mail, stuff that you cash. They buy clothes and shoes and pay insurance bills, put kids through colleges and stuff. They got real checks. So over and over again, we see you all playing in our faces, not to mention the billions of dollars that y'all are spending for legal and illegal immigration, right? So when we talk about the Democrats, we sit up here talking about studies, when we tell you all that's a trick and they're just slow walking our tangibles so that they can keep milking our votes while they pretend like they're getting to it. I'm giving you all these examples where
and
no studies were done
money
or
off
need.
of us,
you understand?
off of our ancestors.
With that being said, the backlash has been so strong from California that the Democrats sabotaged their own bill with their name on it, played with their constituency just to use their votes. Guess what? Y'all wonder why more and more black folks stayed home or voted for Trump to punish the Democrats. This is why. Because y'all played this trick and spit in the face of your black Californians just weeks before the election. Look at this article now. What does it say?
Well, the goddamn former Attorney General of California did that.
Y'all ready for this? Y'all ain't ready for this. Headline: apology, but no cash payments. California reparations for slavery start incrementally. Family, should I read on or no? Do I need to say anything else?
Not to me, you don't, sister,
Governor
because I
Newsom
already
has
know about
decided to sign
California.
on.
Fuck Gavin Newsom.
Not for restoring land, property, or giving any kind of resources to. Not for cutting taxes for black constituents of descendants of formerly enslaved. None of that. No special creative other forms of tangibles. The California lawmakers, along with this governor, guess what they said? Y'all get excited about what I'm about to, this breaking news. How about we legislate and officially sign off that we're going to say we sorry. Right now, though, no checks, but we sorry. I know y'all excited out there. Everybody be sure to hit that thumbs up button, share. Did y'all hear what I said? When the California Reparations Task Force, the article says, released a 1,000-page report last year addressing the effects of systemic racism on Black residents, it made headlines with ambitious and comprehensive recommendations, including reforms at every level of government and cash payments. Somebody say cut the checks. Somebody put some cash bags in the chat. Somebody found a credit card emoji. The same kind of stuff that y'all was doing for illegal immigrants. Y'all remember they was putting food on Visa credit card stuff for the folks, for the illegals. Somebody put a credit card in the chat. Somebody put a euro in the chat. Somebody put a dollar bill in the chat. Talk black to me. Something that represent money. Watch this. It made headlines with ambitious and comprehensive recommendations, including reforms at every level of government and cash payments with an eye-popping, it says, price tag. Now, honey, this lady's already been in her writing here, but I don't want to hear nothing about no eye-popping price tag. No. The only thing that's eye-popping is that almost $1 trillion bill that just passed for the war machine in the United States for the Defense Department. Do you all know, I think it was 800 some billion, just under 1 trillion with a T. Somebody put just a letter T in the chat. Just recently, we just passed another defense bill for almost $1 trillion with a T dollars. I wish I would talk about some eye-popping. Vicky, keep reading. That's a Mississippi fire. Now, acting on the recommended framework, California Gavin Newsom signed a reparations legislation, a package of reparations legislation. Y'all ready for this? Including a formal apology to African Americans for the state's role in perpetuating slavery and its legacy. But it says, and budgeted up to $12 million to pay for it. State lawmakers touted the handful of bills as significant milestones, but the bill
that pictures of San Francisco City Hall, not the state legislature.
Who have been calling for what? More aggressive action. The efforts amount to a small fraction for what would have been needed for cash payments to descendants of slavery or for other forms of monetary redress like subsidies for education or home ownership. Even home ownership would have been better than that. Programs specific for foundational Black Americans out there in California. I'm sure some of us, even though that's not specifically just that, but shoot, programs set aside for us to get our house. Yeah, we'll take that. Seeing that y'all were agreeing on money for down payments for illegal immigrants to get houses and stuff. And y'all pulled back on that. And remember when Kamala was still in the race, remember they asked Kamala to comment on it because that's from her state and her party that was pushing it. And remember she ran from it. The reporters couldn't get a response from her team. I did a broadcast on this here. I did a broadcast about that right here on African Diaspora News Channel. Kamala Harris run.
At Applejack, you'll spot winter lager seekers, fine wine peepers, fancy gifters, and small batch sippers.
From that proposed legislation where even illegal immigrants would have been eligible to get money for down payments for brand new houses. She was running from that. She didn't want to, no comment. People couldn't even get on the record for it. Watch this. My point is, we would have taken it. That would have been something for us. Keep going, Vicky. Everyone is looking to California to lead, looking to California to understand what obstacles might be ahead of us, looking for how community and institutions work together to wrap around in this process of reparations, said Robin Ruth Simmons, founder of First Repair, an organization leading reparations discussions across the country. But those hoping to capture momentum around last year's recommendations say lawmakers missed an important opportunity. Now watch your sellout bootlicks. I think this was a good start, said State Senator Stephen Bradford, Vice Chair of California's Legislative Black Caucus, who also sat on the Reparations Task Force. But I think we could have really done more, especially at this time. And you know the urgency of now was here. Ninja, that's so soft. That's such a softball. We don't want you to start at no apology. Don't none of us, baby. If you cutting checks, the check screen, I'm sorry, forgive me. Me going to the bank, receiving the wire, me getting that notification app, that's all this I'm sorry I need.
No, I don't need no fucking app. I need something from the California.
Of the 14 bills proposed by the Legislative Black Caucus at the beginning of the year, 8 made it to law at the end of September.
Paying me my
the marquee
money.
law is a bipartisan apology. Oh, wow. Woo! Whoa! Scream, everybody. Somebody put some cheer pom-poms or something in the chat. A bipartisan apology. A bipartisan nothing burger. Somebody try to take that apology. Take that legislation down to apply for your first home. Take that apology to Chevron or one of the gas stations and see if that will fill up the tank. Take that apology to your baby's college to see if that'll take care of the first year's tuition. Take that apology to the insurance company to see if it's going to cover dialysis. Take that apology and see if it's going to buy you a high price tag loaf of bread and some eggs and some milk. Try it. See if that's a fair exchange rate. See if they're going to exchange you for that apology. See if that's going to do something. You see how they playing in our face? The marquee law is a bipartisan apology. California joined several other states, including Florida, Virginia, Alabama, which have also issued apologies. Y'all, I don't even want to read the rest of this madness. I've given you enough information there. I just want you all to see that the Black Legislative Caucus that sabotage the reparations bill, that think that it's all over with now, Trump's getting ready to get in office, and that you all aren't going to continue to hold them accountable, that we aren't going to continue to hold them accountable, that we're going to get tired. Let me tell you all something. Do you all know the reason why we made the difference in this race? It's because of years of us calling out injustices by your government leaders and legislators. How many of y'all know we just getting started? How many of you all know that whatever I'm talking about here on this network broadcast, watch it. When Brother Phil is going live, Brother Phil is giving commentary, watch it. When my colleagues are putting out their brilliant journalism, watch it.
And listen to us at Frontline Black News
we are
too,
just
sister.
Getting started. And that requires a level of discipline
been started.
First for you to decide that you're going to be educated on the issues. Do you understand? That you're going to engage and that we're going to do just all gas. Keep our foot, politically and socially speaking, on the necks of those that are supposed to do right by us. We're not going to let up because there's a new president coming in.
Shabaka, she's been speaking on this.
We're just getting started.
If not,
and we're in it for the long haul. Yes? I always like to connect some dots. Some of you all have heard me read from this book. Y'all listen to me now. I've been reading from multiple different books. Vicky Don't Just Holler and Scream and Bam the Gavel. All of that's important. Every bit of that is important. Every bit of that. But I like to always give context to the demand for reparations and why it is essential to the U.S. economy maintaining a thriving, but also balancing out the scales and putting America in a more favorable geopolitical position. How many of you all know that there are spiritual principles to money? How many of you all know that when you crucify Black Americans, when you steal us and steal our labor, when you destroy generations and generations of us as a people, when you deny us education, deny us dignity, when you torture us, family around the world, in case you didn't know this, even when we were in chattel slavery, that means when we weren't even free. Do you all know that we fought in every single war, that Black folks were fighting on both sides of the war with the hope that by fighting we would be free, by fighting that we were going to receive some reward, by fighting they would see our dignity, and that would mean something? Did you all know that we fought in every war?
Game time, wing time. Now it's a tailgate.
Getting together? The bold Louisiana.
Do you all know that the layout for Washington, D.C. that y'all fly into when you come into the country was laid out by Black men? The map itself, the beautiful edifices and buildings that you see were built, many of them, by the hands of our ancestors. You all do know that we were the agricultural geniuses, right? You do know that when you look at documentation and artifacts in the newspapers, they show that those that they had enslaved were herbalists, were masons, were builders, were architects. Y'all do know that, don't you? You do know
We've
that
been
if
knowing
our
that for years,
enemy had the ability to create America on their own, they would have done it. They would not have not only stole us, stole our land, and stole our labor, they would have done it themselves. How many of you all know that a lot of the inventions that you enjoy, this is the reason why it was warfare legally with the Patents Office. Do y'all know that? In fact, I had something else lined up that I was going to read to you. I'm reading from this book entitled How White Folks Got So Rich. Just Google it and you can buy it, NOI.org, from the Nation of Islam. Powerful little book. You can read this whole book on your lunch break. Family, I like to give references. This book is too long because it talks about how our enslavement was codified in law. Give me a couple minutes. What did I just say? I want to read you just very briefly one little excerpt, giving you just one example of the mess making on how these United States of America used our laws to work against us, right? And there is no area of law that they didn't work against us in. Watch this. This particular part of the piece that I want to first read from on patents, here it is. Because y'all, all this stuff, we grew up in school. Edison created the light, but if you don't sit down, stole it from a Black man. Y'all listening?
Yeah.
On page 167, and I'm done. Every time I know y'all like, Vicky, by the time we done following you, you would have read the whole book. That's exactly my point, because I want to give you historical context. Let me read quickly. On page 167, the headline, not the headline, the section of this book is titled Patents, the Black Ingenuity Snatchers. Real quick, the list of Black inventors is long and an impressive one, but the list of those Blacks who profited from their own inventions is too short to qualify as a list. The carefully laid traps, that's how they say traps, and barriers to patents, and the legal cost of protecting the same to capital, to manufacturing, to distribution, to media, to markets, all but ensure that inventions are wrested away from the Black inventors before they can use them to become entrepreneurs, industrialists, and employers of Black people. It is said that this patent system, quote, rewards American ingenuity, but the patent system more often rewards the thief. Somebody say the thief, who uses his status as a member of the white race to exploit the market for his own profit. Late night television is filled with ads of capitalists seeking to, quote, help inventors bring their ideas to fruition for a fee. They have even created a popular television show so we can all watch the truly ingenious beg the merely rich for an investment called Shark Tank. During their enslavement, Africans were engaged in every form of highly skilled labor. Did y'all hear what I said? Now, I know you all are used to hearing me talk about chattel slavery, Jim Crow, and these other typical things that we talk about when we're talking about why we're owed reparations. But Vicky gonna level it up. I'm gonna give y'all more specifics. It don't stop. That's what I'm talking about. Patents. Listen. Highly skilled. What did I say? During their enslavement, Africans were engaged in every form of highly skilled labor, including engineering and mechanics. They accessed their ancient intelligence as builders of the pyramids to develop machinery that made their forced labor more productive.
I told you that,
and
Brother
efficient.
Pache.
Y'all better sit down for school. I got 2 minutes. Among those products credited to African genius.
I told you that.
Are the rotary engine. How many of y'all know about that? Lawnmower, horseshoe, elevator, refrigerator, cash register, gas burner, printing press, pencil sharpener, fire extinguisher, scaffolding, fountain pen, gas mask, traffic light, and the electric light. The cotton gin, which generated unaccountable riches for Europeans, especially, y'all, hold your seatbelts. Especially who, Vicky? Rothschilds were credited to the Massachusetts-born Eli Whitney. But earlier cotton gins were found in use in Africa and in Asia. Elisha McCoy's lubricator allowed trains to run continually for the first time, causing railroad operators to demand, quote, the real McCoy. How many of y'all heard that phrase before?
I have.
The work was so excellent, so highly skilled. They said, what? There was a demand. That's why they got the term. We want the real McCoy, baby, without knowing its black source. Today, the McCoy name is unknown. The wealth redirected from Elisha and his family to white professionals, to white profiteers, rather. George Washington Carver's experiments were so advanced that he found hundreds of revolutionary uses for peanuts, soybeans, pecans, and sweet potatoes. The plastic he created from peanut oil was used to upholster Henry Ford's first automobile. Talk black to me, somebody. Vicky, stop screaming. Somebody put a car in the chat.
Internet that's everything you imagine, and then some. Quantum fiber. Your world unleashed.
500 deluxe garden gnomes. Sign here, please.
But I only wanted 5. There's not enough money in my account. I'm going to get charged.
You know, your BMO.
Carver died broke, but plastics, now wastefully based in petroleum oil, have been central to everything in use today. Though Thomas Edison is credited with the invention, he was not the first to conceive or attempt to develop an electric light. Y'all know I mentioned that earlier. I'm about done. It is Lewis H. Latimer, y'all look him up, who was the first to succeed by creating a filament, the part that burns inside the glass bulb that can be lit over long periods of time. Yes, finally making electric lighting practical. Further proving that he, and not Edison, is the inventor. It is Latimer whose drawings are patented. Did y'all see me just connect these dots?
By Edison.
It is Latimer who supervised the installation of electricity. Y'all sit down for this. For New York, Philadelphia, Canada, and London. This black man supervised. Where my black family in London? Where my black family at? In Canada. He supervised the installation of electricity in New York, Philadelphia, Canada, and London. It is Latimer who wrote the first electricity manual. I got chills. I feel the electricity. It is Latimer, not Edison, who provided the critical expert testimony in court in defense of Edison's patents, on which millions of dollars were at stake. And it is Latimer who died poor in 1928, while Edison's family empire is based almost entirely on the genius of that black man. I'm gonna stop right there. I'll be here all day, every day, giving you multiple examples of how they use all kinds of law, but I wanted to switch it up today to give you another more palatable example. Beloved, y'all better stop playing with us, California. America, you better stop playing with us in these little weak apologies. You are making money off of the things that we created for this country. You better cut us the check. And just like I read in the beginning of that article when that lady said an eye-popping price tag, baby, ain't no eye-popping nothing. It's eye-popping theft by our open enemy. And we're not asking, we demanded it. People love that I have an upcoming free event in just a few days away on Sunday, December 22nd. Sunday, December 22nd. It is my free offering to the world as I begin to talk about the goings on in Syria, the fall of Syria, and what that has to do with the ancient black civil prophetesses. And of course, the two major actors involved, America and her ally in Israel. We can't talk about this stuff online. Go to my website at VickyPlanet.com, VickyPlanet.com, beloved. Go to VickyPlanet.com and save your seat for December 22nd. If you're watching this later, we'll make the replay available for those who are my students. You can find the information at the same website. Thank you so much for tuning in. I can't wait to see.
Me when I reserved my Uber ride to the airport in advance.
me when I don't plan ahead. Just need one.
So
Yes, Shabaka, she's mentioned us. You want to see a clip though? Like she's mentioned me, Shabaka. I'm just keep it like that. She's mentioned me. She knows who I am, and she knows I got a platform. So yes, Shabaka.
All right.
You always do that
Okay.
though. Like I only play the clip so the people that's tuning in can get the knowledge. I don't care if they shouting us out or not. It's more, or the knowledge getting out to our people is more important than that. But majority of the people I share on these platforms, I either know or listening to for a long time.
All right.
All right. So what are your thoughts on this?
Okay. Well, like she said that she was right, or everything she said is because I think you and I, when we had talked a while back, is that when we had shells, let me see who was that there, Abu Bakari. Okay, so they was perhaps bringing a lot of technicians with them and people of knowledge, you know, from the University of St. Corey over here. Okay, and how should I say? I got the dots connected, but you know, I just want to present some documentation on it. And then, of course, the thing with the light bulb, the same thing with the gas mask and the oh shit, what was that brother who he invented the gas mask? And oh yeah, he was the same brother that invented the stoplight. But then the white boy invented the bills. Yeah, Garrett Morgan was his name. Then the white boy invents the, you know, the fines for it. You know what I mean? This is what's very, very interesting. And I noticed that none of these tethers want to recognize that. You see what I mean? Is because, you know, when we came here, we had brought skills with us. You know what I mean? But the thing is, though, is that I have a problem.
Because
say that again.
The reason why they don't want to recognize the Shabaka, because they of a different lineage. They're not of the same lineage, so they're not gonna know.
Specify.
We had an ethnogenesis, Shabaka.
What is the ethnogenesis?
We had an ethnogenesis, meaning ethnicity. What's the root word? Ethnicity, ethnic, ethnogenesis. Start the beginning of something. So we became our own ethnic. No matter where we were dropped off, y'all Pan-Africanists is always talking about the only difference between a Barbadian and a Cuban is a boat stop. No,
right, is the boat stop, yeah.
That's not true. That's not the only difference. The difference is a culture and an ethnicity. We are our own distinct ethnic group. Not our own distinct race, but our own distinct ethnic group. Foundational Black Americans, descendants of chattel slavery, freedmen. So we're not like Cubans. We're not like Bahamians, because they also had their own ethnogenesis wherever they were dropped off. We've been displaced from Africa for over 500 years, Shabaka. Y'all Pan-Africanists a lot of times act like we was just over there 50 years ago or even 100 years ago. We've been away from Africa for a half a millennia. So there is no connection there like that. We have established our own connection here, and we are our own distinct ethnic group here.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pull up some data, Brother Che. Okay, it's going to take me a couple of weeks to do it. But I got to pull up some data. You know, it's not, you know, I'm not doubting what you're saying. Okay, but I think there's more to it than that. Is because the thing is this: why would we want to sit up here and equivocate ourselves with some pale skin, sunburnt, two-legged reptilian?
Get it twisted. You think American, you think European, you think Australian, You think Indian means white, and that's not the case. They didn't.
But as you know, Brother Che, Indian is a person from India.
They didn't find those landmasses, Shabaki. They didn't name those landmasses. They're black by the whole planet. That's what kills me about the Pan-African movement, because y'all say we all black and everything is African or everything is black, which y'all fail to acknowledge that outside of Africa, there are black people. And we named, hold on, can I stop getting interrupted? God damn. Look, America is not founded by Americo Vespucci. We had already named this landmass before Americo Vespucci even came over. All these lands about
Americo.
Yes, Shabaka. All these names that you could equate with the European is not such. That's the thing. And prior to 1828, the Webster's Dictionary said you had to be a copper skin tone person to be an American, not a pale skin, not a pale face, not any of that.
Now, is that them $5 Indians?
What are they then? They're just white, right?
Now they are, but then because it's all constructed, it's all construct. This whole race thing is constructed because y'all keep saying that we are black, but you don't want to acknowledge the blackness here in America and the fact that the original peoples of Americas was black, but everybody else is black. But America.
Okay, now let me ask you this here, Brother Che.
It was colonized.
Okay, let me ask you this here, Brother Che. Okay, now I see your reason and I respect your input, over the years on this. But one thing though, man, the North American continent, man, at least 85% of it gets covered in snow. We're not indigenous to snow.
Shabaka. We've been here for thousands, if not millions of years. The climate changes just about every year, every decade, every century, every millennia. It wasn't always cold. Just like I always get on you about the Sahara Desert. Well, it was the Sahara Desert. It's a desert now. It wasn't always a desert.
Well, just like out here in this desert.
Point is,
well, you say that.
Listen,
but like
you're
saying, we don't have a ship out here.
We do.
But the desert was the ocean at one time, was it not?
It was years ago, Shabaka. Yes.
Yeah.
So two things can be right at the same time, Shabaka. If we were all black and the original people of this planet is black, then why is it so far-fetched that the original Americans were black people? Especially since we always talking about we circumnavigated the globe and we did all that before the cave, blah, blah, because when we hear American, we automatically think white. That's where the argument is.
Okay, now another thing is that America was named after a dude by the name of Americo.
No, it wasn't, Shabaka. That's not true. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Moors, the black people that were originally here, the Aboriginal, the Niji, they had already named this land. This stuff has already been named. Just like Africa, it's not Africa, it's Alkebulan. Who named it that? The original people of the land.
Well, like I said, okay, with me, I mean, that there might be subject matter, man, for your generation. But the only thing I know is what I came up in. That's all I know.
It's what them Pan-Africanists that came out of them schools taught you. They were taught the same thing. But he don't want to learn nothing. He's set in his ways. Okay, well, he can do the research, but he's set in his ways. He's going to be an African until he dies.
I'm cool with it.
There's no change in that.
You can do whatever you want. You grown. You got to
No, but what I'm just saying though is this here. Okay, let's look at
full citizenship in any of them African nations, but he's gonna be a diasporic African because that's the
okay. They don't do what? Okay, they don't do what on African nations.
they're not offering, dual citizenship in any of them countries. Any of them.
Okay, because they're neo-colonialists.
They can be neo-colonialists all they want, but how can you say you're an African diaspora, but you can't get no citizenship in any African country?
Whatever you want.
Okay, well, see, that's due to the neo-colonialists. Did I send you a clip of a sister speaking over there in Africa about 4 or 5 days ago? Huh?
Like when we talk about the colorism that exists in these Caribbean nations, and we have people that tell us, well, they're just ignorant.
No, on this video here, that I think I sent you the clip.
There's still colorism
in America too.
Well, see, that is from the European.
When you say
you just educated us. Let's just
they're just neo-colonialists.
Okay.
It doesn't negate the fact that you're not. They don't consider you African. You go over there, they're not going to consider you an African.
Okay, or see, Brother Che, I understand that there is just due to their European influence. Is because
unfortunately, Shabaka, I gotta bring this up. A lot of Pan-Africanists never set foot in Africa.
Okay,
never.
Okay.
Have an identity of their own.
But a lot of them did. Starting with a nation called Algeria.
No.
Let them live.
We helped them. I mean, the foundational Black Americans put a battery in their backs so they could have the revolutions that they did. But outside of they weren't able to do what they.
You're Black, you can be whatever you want.
Outside of here, there was no Black liberation. There's no civil rights. There's no none of that.
Be Black wherever you want.
Outside of here,
you're Black.
That's just a fact. There has not been a civil rights movement outside of here.
Okay, cool, cuz. That's fine. Let it be what it is. This is 40 years older than you. How you gonna tell your elder?
He's set in his ways. I get it. He grew up in an era where everybody was all Black people were African, and that we were all from Africa.
We know where he stands.
And that we all need to go back to Africa. I understand.
Black.
I'm telling him because he asked me a question, and I was giving him an answer on what an ethnogenesis was.
Talk this, that's full knowledge. Shabaka wants to do more research. I can dig it.
He always says that.
Let's read. Let him
tell him where to go, and he don't check it out.
Yeah. Are you his elder? No. He's your elder. Let him look where he wants to find it. Where we tell him where to look. He's a grown man on the internet. Like man in America. Let him use his black eyes and look at the internet wherever he wants. I can dig it. He's grown. Or we can tell him what to do. Or what not to do. If you want to tell him whatever. Okay? Let him live, man. He's earned it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get you to understand why he's coming from that perspective.
I understand. I watched the whole documentary. I totally get why he says it. I don't know. You don't have to explain it to me. He's my elder. I get it.
Well, I don't know what it's called.
I don't know, control freak.
Agree with that ideology anymore. I'm gonna just leave it like that.
It's okay. You don't have to be a Pan-African.
Now, what's happening with Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles?
Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles is facing backlash for allegedly MAGA affiliated.
Oh my God! No.
Oh hell no!
What kind of lies are that?
I was on TikTok and I was made aware that I guess Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, which is a staple in Los Angeles and has been since 1975, is being boycotted specifically because their location in Long Beach had a Trump blow-up doll there, I guess. And so, of course, people...
I'm not... Ted, I don't know who you are.
Ted Law, respect your elders, young man.
People can't take
no, he's not disrespecting me at all, Ted Law. It's just that... oh, shit. You know.
He's tired.
It's just that I'm just passing down from my generation to his generation, Ted Law. But there was a guy who was born in a place called San Francisco that grew up in Hong Kong that said in any given situation, take what is useful, leave what is useless. You see? And then also, too, Ted Law, white America needs to recognize, just like what Sister Vicky Dilliard has said, that all the patents and knowledges that black people had were stolen from their white slave owners and their white masters. And this is why they always wanted to keep the slave ignorant, because once he starts realizing, once he starts reading, he starts realizing his position. Once he starts realizing his position, okay, he starts rebelling. The young cats are still wet behind their ears. Well, Ted, okay, I see your reasoning, but in this age of technology, you see where all this information is, man, it's easy to pull up. But the question is it accurate, you see? Because the next damn thing, I'm willing to bet 25, 30 years from now, they're going to say, well, they can create 3 sexes. That is impossible.
Shabaka, not Shabaka.
Yeah.
Jesse is like Shabaka's son. The heir, okay, to the Shabaka sanctuary experience, right? So he's just doing what Jesse does. Just talking it.
Okay, well, it's like this here, Lady Che. All right, in 1968, okay, they didn't have programmable chips in cars, okay? In 1968, when you went and bought you a new car, you could literally pop the hood and work on that motherfucker yourself and change your fan belts, oil filters. Let me see, what's the other shit they had up in there? It was real simple, but when they came with this high-tech shit, you know, all these programmable chips in the cars and all this old type of shit, you know what I mean? Fuse relays and all that old shit. That's where the quality of automobiles, particularly American automobiles, went straight down the fucking toilet. You know, just like they got these new cars out here, want you to pay, what is it, 72 months on a car note. That's 6 years. So by the time you finish paying that raggedy planned obsolescence motherfucker off, it's ready to shit can it. And then they want you to go out there and do the same shit again. It's just a fucking ridiculous. Now, what's up with Roscoe's? I've been to Roscoe's.
People are saying, oh, they're MAGA, they're pro-MAGA, boycott Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles and all that other stuff. So I was like, you know what? Let me go a little bit deeper. So I first called the Roscoe Chicken and Waffle in Long Beach, where the blow-up doll was. And I said, well, do tell. And Chris, who answered the phone, says, well, it wasn't us. It was a party. I guess they rented out the place or something like that. And for whatever reason, they put the blow-up doll there. So she said it was there that day, but that was not a decision of the restaurant. They are not with that or anything like that, right? So that's
back in my day, these young cats would get popped in their mouth for talking out of bounds. Now, Ted Law, you don't do that.
Let me get this old ass Sambo here. That's the problem with you old niggas. Can't nobody tell y'all nothing. Y'all think y'all know it all. And we still in the same fucking condition we was in 1968. So go run tell that, Ted.
Hold on there, Sonny. We're sitting up there. We shall overcome. Can we just all get along?
Right.
You the bow.
Nothing. Y'all don't leave us shit.
Oh my God.
So go run tell that, Ted Law. While you talking about we need to respect our elders. No, we don't respect old niggas. We respect older that put in the work for the future generations, not just old niggas that just want to get on platforms talking shit.
Jesse just
talking and nothing.
He's just doing what Jesse
Fuck out of here.
Oh, that was a big hit by James Brown.
That was a little good trying to pop me in the mouth.
Boom, boom, and saying nothing.
The problem with you old niggas. Maybe we need to start popping y'all niggas in the mouth so y'all get the memo. Stop fucking with us.
But you see, what your generation got, Brother Che, that ours didn't have was this access to this technology, this information. But you got to keep the checks and balances on it, man, is because you see, this is why I try to lay down over the years we've been doing this. of what I've lived through, and then get with cats in my age group and that you've witnessed. Yeah, man, we was doing this, that, there, the other, what have you. Say, but what had happened was when they came up with this disco era, see, for some odd reason, man, every fucking time that we as a people come up with something, mainly like with music, right? You know, then the white man, you know, he wants to come out there and copy the shit, you know what I'm saying, and claim it for themselves. You see what I mean? And then if we are so much of Black Americans, and this is all one great big melting pot, it would seem to me that the U.S. Congress, when John Conyers was the congressman, would have immediately kicked out the checks for the reparations. But they doing everything.
You see, they ran his.
Oh yeah, they smeared him. Yeah, no, they smeared John Conyers.
And these old niggas sitting here talking shit. Wasn't in support of no Khaled. Wasn't in support of no actual revolutionaries that was down to do some shit back then. But they said we need to get talking out of bounds. No.
We're a family, because we do this. This is what we do, okay? for a long time. This is a Shabaka and the Chains experience, okay?
He definitely knew around Fridays, these parts. Tuesdays, you definitely don't know who you're talking to.
Anytime during the week. This is what we do. For a long time. Okay, this is not like some new shit. This is what we do. Trust me, Shabaka knows how to get under Jesse's skin and rile him up.
No, I'm not trying to get under his skin and rile him up, Lady J. No. I like to get up under Sarge's skin and rile him up. I like to get up under Joe Gibson's skin and rile him up.
I know something. This nigga gonna say y'all should have voted for Kamala. Fuck
no,
Kamala.
Nigga, no.
Man, vote for Kamala.
This law.
Man, the only thing, man, I vote for Kamala for, man, is being the best ghetto gagger going, man. Get the fuck up out of here, Ted Law. Shit.
Take your coon ass home.
I bet you think she's
old
black
ass
too.
coon nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, man.
We come and talking about we gonna get into some good trouble with punk ass John Lewis. The fuck out of here.
And then seeing John Lewis knock the fuck out, man, there in 1965, that was sad. Al Sharpton waving a damn rainbow flag with a banana in his mouth. Man, shit, later for these fucking busters, man. You know what I'm saying?
We here at the New Black Media don't co-sign that Kamala Harris.
The only old cats we fucking with is Black Panthers. That's it.
That's it. Major motherfucking.
Yeah, they did have a beautiful 10-point program. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
What happened
and then
there?
I'm starting to crack this book.
Roscoe Chicken and Waffles Instagram, Roscoe's official. Yep. And I saw a lot of people trolling, talking bad about the food. And this is the one on Gower, which is the original one, for what I understand, talking about it. So I called them and I said, do tell. I said, is Roscoe Chicken and Waffles still Black owned? And she says, yes, they're all Black owned, the same owner since the beginning is what she told me. And I said, okay. And so I asked her, I said, are you guys aware that y'all being boycotted due to being accused of being MAGA pro-Trump? And she says, no, not really. We've heard something, but nothing major, right? I said, well, are y'all feeling the effects? And she says, no, we're busy. And they both said that. So I'm saying all that to say, sometimes you just got to dig a little bit deeper and figure out what's going on instead of going with what's happening on TikTok. Not saying that there's not good information on TikTok. There is. But did anybody call?
I drive a Mercedes-Benz, young man. What do you drive? So what, motherfucker? You drive a Mercedes-Benz. Tell me this, man. How often is that motherfucker in the shop and they fucking you out of your money with that high-tech shit? Tell me that.
Tell me that. What year are we talking about?
You got a Mercedes-Benz. Who gives a fuck?
And do you know, man, when you go into the Caribbean, man, and then when you go across over the water, the way I heard of them damn Mercedes-Benz are like taxi cabs.
Yeah. Nobody gives a fuck.
Dude told me, man. A dude told me, man, from the islands, he says them damn Mercedes is like taxi cabs, man.
I'm driving the ghetto limousine, nigga. That's what I'm on. That's what I'm driving.
Man,
Stupid
that's not
motherfucker.
that. Oh my god.
Fuck out of here with that dumb shit.
You know, we might respect you. You threw some bread this way instead of trying to flash your motherfucking whip. Come on, cuz. Stop it.
You drive a Mercedes Benz.
I hope you feel rich.
Wow. Let me ask you this, Ted Law. What black businesses you own that you invested in the black community to upgrade the quality of 5? I got an old GT63.
Nigga doing for the black community. What you doing?
What you doing?
So you got a 63 GT. All right. Now, with you having your automobiles, Ted Law, okay, how is that helping the black community talking about all of what you got?
And nobody gives a fuck.
If you're serious about helping the black community.
And by the way, Ted Law, you'll be surprised of who the hell I know. I'm just ain't gonna say their names up here on this platform because I don't have their permission.
Okay. Where you people from?
Coon ass nigga is.
Why you think
nobody
that's a
gives
flex?
a fuck about your goddamn.
No, he can go on there and troll, have him make our night shit, you know.
Bank is going on. What bank
What
are you
bank is
banking
that?
with?
Let me
Oh,
find
he's
out.
with Unity Bank. Oh, okay. So you think
Homestyle chicken sausage,
black
2A, Sir Michael, Lord Harvey.
and
Yeah, I like to get the waffles from Roscoe's. Yeah.
I could have been Long Beach.
and are these?
No, I think they started in Long Beach, Lady Chair. I have been to the one in Long Beach.
Home loans, so black people can get houses and cars like you.
That's it? That's what you're doing? We should fight race and white.
No, this dude is just sitting up here talking about what he got, you know?
Is it flexing? You flex it up?
And all that shit that what he got does not prevent. How about you step up your game up and get like this old man? Well, tell you what, Ted Law, you got all that shit to help us step our game up. Hit us with a $10,000 donation.
Right.
Yeah, do that.
Hit us with a $10,000 donation, Ted Law. We'll step the game up. Hell, we'll pay you back your 10 grand with something on top of it. Other than that, man, you talking bullshit.
Right.
Big hot boy shit.
Yeah, put your money where your mouth is.
Like I said, sure.
Talk is cheap.
Right.
Anybody can talk on the keyboard.
Brother Check.
Put something on.
Brother Check. This here proved the point that I made, right? You know, about a couple of years back. Oh, well, you got the mindset, which I can understand. Well, man, I got mine, go get yours. Okay, see, that's not cohesiveness. If anything, man, that's separatism within.
Is like him that helped destroy the cohesiveness while he talking that shit. Cuz in the building, cuz says, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Right, and real shit.
I'm in the background sniping. Yeah, I hear you, Jay Militant. Jay Militant, man, them damn Raiders, man, they need some work badly, man. Them motherfuckers played piss-poor ass excuse for football tonight.
That you can't take with your old ass when you die.
Right, and not that.
Yeah, that's it. See, now that's it. Now, with me being in the twilight years, for me to be right with our maker, okay, I got to pass down this information that I've lived through. You see what I'm saying? Take what is useful, leave what is useless. You see what I'm saying?
Sleep it on off.
No, that's a universal law principle. You know, I got to crack some of this Skip Gates book, you know, Skip the Truth Gates. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably his boy.
Yeah, motherfucker up there. The man climbing over his own wall to get in his house. Damn police come out there on a false alarm. And what the fuck do he do? What does Obama say? Oh, let's sit down and have a beer. Oh, boy. Is you crazy?
I'll give you 5 more minutes. Put something on it. No, to put something on it.
I was gonna say he got on the leak, man. I was ready.
His ass got to go.
Ready.
Yeah, the hell with the Raiders.
Poor Raiders laughing out. Yeah, Jay Militant, them motherfuckers need some work, man.
They always
Them motherfuckers need some work.
Work like that night, like that.
They had punt.
Keep it up, little
They
pony
had
ride.
punts blocked.
They
even had a damn safety scored on them.
Chad Law is
A
sitting here.
damn safety.
Yeah, you try to flex on us like it's gonna mean something.
They've been
When you
needing
find
work
race and
since
white
1980
all day,
something.
let us know. So you flexed it on us with your black bank account and your old ass Mercedes.
Nobody gives a fuck.
But you like a TD Jakes type motherfucker, right?
Mm-hmm. Probably a fucking preacher, man.
Mm-hmm. All up in the church. Sound like that. Sound like that. Sound like place
Sound like one of them old bougie ass niggas.
Calling the laws on homeless people shit. Mm-hmm.
You just sweep the unhouse off the church steps.
Right. Calling the news.
Talking about you still get man. And get like me. No, I don't want to be an old.
It is very, very easy to be in a position of homelessness.
I'd rather be a poor, destitute, unhoused revolutionary than a celebrated raccoon.
Right. A sellout. A fucking old snitching ass, coon ass motherfucker. Okay, come on now. Please.
So you can put that in your
You ain't doing shit for your community. Because all you got is that low level, low brown flex. Come on, stop it. We can run. We can do it all day. All day. We can do it all day. But white supremacy on political level in our area, in a racist area. So when you get like that, let us know. Maybe we'll recognize it.
Happened was right now having a Trump blow up doll there is probably not favorable to the clientele because a lot of them look like us, right? A lot of us aren't really MAGA. I get that. But instead of trying to destroy a black business that's been there since 1975, figure out what happened. And the other thing is this. A lot of you black people that's trying to boycott Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles, which I've been to all of the locations because I'm greedy, but that's a different story. Do you stay up out of the white people restaurants that are definitely adverse to you? Do you stay out of those restaurants? They give you a hard time, don't want to serve you because you got the wrong shoes on and this, that, the other. Do y'all stay out of there? No, you do not. You get dressed to the nines and you go in there anyway. And you get on the internet and say, oh, they were mean to me. We need to make them. You don't go all in and boycott them, but a black business, wow. So I'm just giving you what I know. I don't care if you eat at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles or not. People gonna eat there anyway. What I'm saying is instead of you trying to destroy them because you think they're MAGA and really you're mad because Kamala lost, find out what it is before you go off the plug doing something crazy. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show.
And check out Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Yeah, so we got old ass niggas like Chad Law begging at a lunch counter for a cup of coffee from Master.
They did not go to
ask that motherfucker how often he goes off to the shop. And then they got this cool ass tether up here, Joey Jackson. That's another motherfucker who I'm gonna start chrome bumming on.
Mm-hmm. He still ain't put nothing on it. Right. It looks like his ass got off.
That's right.
Yeah, he did. He's just a troll hating. Just a troll hating.
Man, real white right there.
That's all he is just a troll hating.
That's who sent him. All right, so what are your thoughts on this, Shabaka?
Okay, well, the coon is hating on himself. They need to do more investigation, with Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. I've ate there many times. I found the service to be nice. You got one over there in Inglewood, over there off of La Brea and Centinela, I think. Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
And because I'm trying to remember the maps of Inglewood in my mind. Then you got one up there, and I think you have one up there in Pasadena. Then, of course, you got one there in Long Beach.
Long Beach. It's a Long Beach.
I thought it'd be a pleasant experience, and I had fun. I ordered what I wanted, had good times, found it everybody, hit nicely, and went on my merry way. Yep.
And then to find out you got a lot of shipyards out there in Long Beach, so a lot of black people living out there probably bum rushed during World War II like they did
No man, I can't wait for
like they did Vallejo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who the hell he was, man? 285 from old ass, coon ass nigga.
That J-Law guy, Mac 285, he was just some dude talking shit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Talking
he can
loud.
call in the damn podcast tomorrow. I'll argue with the motherfucker.
I love arguing. We could have went rounds all day.
Talking loud.
All day. That's all we do is talk shit.
No, but keep in mind though, Lady J, that when you argue, okay, like when SARS get to screaming and hollering and all that shit, that's because he's got hit with some facts.
I pray that white lady will get on there and raise that blood pressure. You just throw that dick around, calm her down.
Oh my god. You talking about Cat?
Oh my god. Shabaki, you
oh
just
yeah. Oh yeah. She gets up under Sarge's skin.
Come on now. He's like,
yeah.
She's talking all these unnecessary nothing burgers, and he's just going off. But I was like, this is just sexual frustration. Just throw that dick because she's just begging for it. She followed him over here.
Yeah.
She followed him, so you know she definitely wants something from him. Just be mean to him. It's not like school.
Fighting like an old
They
ass
was fighting
couple.
like they need to work that out. Work that out. Throw the dick out and calm her down. Really, they should respect you a little bit. You're like, buddy, fuck you, you asshole, and you ain't like, oh bitch, and you're like, come on, Sarge. No,
yeah, and I told Sarge about that shit. You can't be calling woman the B word on the air.
He calling that shit white. I was on the StreamYard part.
She called him a coon, remember? She called him a coon. She's like, Sarge, you know what you are? You're a coon.
Ooh. I was like, Sarge, you just gonna let her get away with it?
She did rattle his cage a few times, boy.
So switching gears, y'all.
Oh my god, that was
got
that was the best show ever.
MAGA is about to make a deal with DACA.
So this is gonna be the last topic I'm gonna cover, Brother Jay, because I got a Jay Militant. All who is watching, come over on any of our channels with disrespect you out of here. I know that's right, Jay Militant. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we used the eject button many a times.
He said dipping our family affairs over here. Desmond's talking at us. Oh, know it all over here. Try to talk at us. And then he tried to disrespect. And so we had to check him. So you want to fuck up the family vibe? What do we do?
The professor.
Ultimate proof.
Well, let's pick up on President-elect Trump's comments about Dreamers on the video, the very powerful video that you posted. You heard some of the skepticism on Capitol Hill, but you are really making a call to action. Why are you optimistic this might be a moment when you can get something done?
Well, what he said was really powerful. And he talked about Dreamers in a way that I don't think anybody else has talked about. He said middle age, which that is true. I'm about to be 40 years old. He talked about us being successful. He talked about us being part of this country and this nation. And I think that he understands that the country supports Dreamers, that it's been 23 years that nobody has been able to get this done. And maybe for him, he's seeing this as a legacy.
I know that some of you might have decided to vote for Trump as a big middle finger to the Democrats for prioritizing everybody else over Black citizens, and that's fine. I don't criticize you for that, but I also made it clear I could never vote for Trump because I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't vote for the orange man either. Go ahead, Lady Tay. Oh, Lady Tay wanted me to tell you something funny, Shabaka. She said she can't wait to run her fingers through my nappy ass hair.
That was the last thing I was going to do before I leave, right?
Yeah.
Was run my fingers through his nappy ass hair.
See him offering us anything. And also, I don't believe that he would follow through with any of his grandiose promises or even his rhetoric about mass deportations. It would be nice if he actually went through with it, but I'm not giving him credit for things that he didn't do during his first term. He had a track record of going back on the big promises that he makes. So politically speaking, I would only believe it when I saw it. And not to mention, political priorities change depending on whatever's going on at the time. Here you have an illegal alien who eventually became naturalized, and she's a full-throated advocate only for her group and no one else. I don't hear any concern or acknowledgement of anyone else. And yet you'll have Negroes in the white media and other bootlicks like the NAACP campaigning for these same people to be made naturalized citizens or otherwise get some sort of amnesty, even though these people in many cases come from countries that have practiced open, often violent anti-Black racism to this very day, and who bring those same attitudes and behaviors here. And I think it's significant that the white media is reporting on this now and doing it in the way that they are. You see, they've been sucking up to the orange man ever since he won re-election. And their tone towards him has begun to soften, you'll notice. Hell, some of NBC's so-called talent, like Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski, have just dropped the anti-Trump line altogether, and they went to kiss Trump's rump in person. Over at ABC, you see that they're making nice. They went ahead and paid Trump a $15 million bonus, if you will, because they were settling that lawsuit that Trump had for defamation. Now, they could have fought it, and they would have won. But this is a matter of the fact that they're trying to make nice with the orange man. This is not a matter of whether or not that $15 million ought to be paid. It's a matter of you're trying to get in good with the guy who's about to be president. All of these white media companies, including the ones who claim to be so leftist and so liberal, they want Trump's FCC to relax restrictions on them. They are businesses, after all. That way they can gobble up more of the media landscape. So for them, from a business standpoint, a second Trump presidency has a lot of advantages. So don't kid yourself. It's more than just illegal aliens who are hoping to make a deal with Trump. Now, you may think the idea of these people actually making a deal with Trump is ridiculous, but keep in mind this woman already said that they had spoken with Trump before and he was sympathetic to them 10 years ago. And you can also believe that Trump would never make a deal with these guys. But what needs to be remembered is that he didn't build that much ballyhooed border wall either. And he also never cracked down on the employers, landlords, and banks who make billions of dollars off of illegal immigration. Because those three entities, the employers, landlords, and banks, are the ones who provide the economic infrastructure that incentivizes all of this mass migration in the first place. They're coming here because they know that there's going to be someone who will hire them. They also know that some unscrupulous landlord will provide them with a roof over their heads, and they can go ahead and send money back home or just keep it for themselves because there are banks who have fought for legislation to make it where they can just go ahead and freely take money, no questions asked. Now understand something. The argument that these so-called dreamers and DACA charity cases are making is not based on race. Do you notice that? They're not making any claims that they're people of color or minorities or whatever. They're dropping that. You notice that? They're making a strictly nationality-based claim. White power has always hazed those who it later makes into subsets of white. This is what it was with Hispanics. They've been classified as quote-unquote white all the way up until Richard Nixon decided to change it. And they've been trying to get that white card back ever since. And for a lot of them, they think they might be on the cusp of reclaiming it. That's why I posted that video a couple of weeks ago talking about whether or not the Black-Brown Alliance was going to be resurrected. And that's because you got a lot of these folk, illegal aliens no less, who understand the rules of racism as far as they're concerned. They've been here long enough to understand that white power just might go ahead and pretend to offer them a spot if they show their allegiance to anti-Black racism. These white supremacists are making the first major step towards declaring that all of these illegals who have come from anti-Black cultures can get put on the team. And as we've seen on so many occasions, most of them have been campaigning for a place under white supremacy from the very jump. And as this woman herself said, they've listened to how Trump talked about them, and that she and her cohorts had spoken to Trump about this very issue in 2013, and that he was sympathetic to them.
That meeting we had with him in 2013, We had a 45-minute discussion and we shared our story. He asked a lot of questions. And as we were leaving, he said, "You convinced me." So I'm hoping that he remembers that. I heard people that he has mentioned this meeting. And I think deep down inside, he got to hear our stories. And so maybe there will be a little bit of disconnect between what he wants and what his advisors want. And I really hope that he just moves forward with what he said on Sunday.
And no, I don't think that's just a bunch of hot air from her or just wishful thinking on her part. I think the reason that she and her pals aren't full on attacking Trump is because she and her cohorts have been made certain assurances that no matter what their public rhetoric may be, they're willing to drop all of it if they can get assurances from the illegals on how they'll behave socially when it comes to Black people. These guys have all kinds of behind the scenes and backdoor conversations with white power. And that's part of the reason why so many of them, even though they're not even legally in the country, yet they make common cause with white supremacy and echo all of their lines. Another thing, you'll also notice how now nobody's coming to these legal aliens and telling them, well, before we can talk about legalizing you guys or any sort of DACA stuff, we have to have a study first. We need a study. We got to have some public hearings. They're not doing that. This isn't about whether white power likes them or not. White power doesn't even like all of the Western Europeans, you know, the ones who are usually talking about when they say white. The Nazis made deals with Imperial Japan, even going so far as to call the Japanese honorary Aryans, though this was a political label, not a racial one. White power looks to see who will be useful to it in the subjugation of Black people, which is the foundation and central pillar of white supremacy. Anti-Black racism is the sine qua non of white power. It is the absolute indispensable factor that must be there no matter what. And this is why you have these brown people from south of the border who are no longer bringing that Latin pride talk or bragging about how the values of their home countries are what built America. Instead, women like this, she's singing a brand new tune that basically they're as American as anyone else, despite being in the US illegally. And you notice that she didn't say the word multicultural, and she definitely didn't say the word diverse. Oh, how the rhetoric has changed, not just from the white media, but from a lot of these other folk too. Notice that? So contrary to what the diehard MAGAs may think, contrary to what Trump administration hardliners like racist archfiend Stephen Miller may think, Trump, in my opinion, is open to making some sort of deal on this issue, which would equate to amnesty in all but name. Family, we've seen this before. There were a large number of organizations in the 19th century dedicated to, quote unquote, protecting Irish immigrants who came to the U.S. to escape the famine in their own country and to try to promote the well-being of Irish immigrants. And the oppression of the British was also something they were hoping to get away from, but no sooner than they had set foot here on America's shores, they immediately made common cause with the cousins of those same British oppressors. And they couldn't wait to be on team white supremacy. This while they were being oppressed by those same British in their home country. But that didn't stop them from being anti-Black, did it? The Irish who became cops and who became politicians were and remain among the most virulently and violently anti-Black segments of American society. And the same thing happened in the 20th century with the Greeks and most notably the Italians. The Italians had been socially ostracized and called names and all the rest of it. They were not qualified as white until almost mid-century. There were many organizations and groups that the Italian Americans created for the sake of promoting their own civil rights, as they called it. They even had the Italian American Civil Rights League, of all things, trying to do their own clumsy imitation of genuine civil rights organizations. Now, this also went on all the way into the 1970s, mind you, and yet at the exact same time they were talking about Italian civil rights for themselves, they were busy denigrating Black people and depriving Black Americans of our rights. And the politicians who came from those Italian American enclaves did just like the Irish before them and made it a point to define themselves by showing how violently anti-Black they could be. And the same thing goes for the people who came from those former Soviet bloc countries, people like Mika the bigot Brzezinski and others. White power has traditionally pretended to give honorary Aryan status to most groups that it encounters, except for one. There's been one group who has never and can never be classified as honorary white, honorary Aryan, honorary European, or honorary anything, and that's Black people. The very non-white group who these white supremacists have had the most contact with. and yet are the only ones who these white supremacists say are not honorary anything. And all these other groups see this, and they recognize why that is, and they see that as an opportunity for themselves. The people who white power hazes and ostracizes, they understand that so long as they're not classified as black, that means sooner or later they might have entree to be on the team, and that's why they're all going for it no matter what. If there's one thing we should have recognized by now, is that no matter how much white supremacy seems to be completely and thoroughly focused on everyone else, they always got black people in the back of their empty little minds. Whatever agenda it is that they're working on, they're always looking and asking themselves, how does this hurt black people? How can we turn this to hurt black people? How can we find a way to twist it so that it attacks black people? Even if it looks like they're focusing solely on those illegal aliens, they're also looking and wondering, but how can we do this in a way that's going to harm black people? How can we go ahead and make sure that this attacks them somehow? They're always thinking about that. And that's the reason why we've noticed over the decades, they always seem to make these rather strange deals with the very people that they were just fighting with, whether it be with the British or whether it be with the people from Ireland, whether or not it be with people from Japan, whether or not it be with people from Vietnam. Every time it seems that they're fighting with some folk, next thing you know, they throw open the gates for them. Why? Because they notice that a lot of these people and a lot of these groups are actually willing foot soldiers for the anti-black agenda. So that being the case, they can be made into useful idiots for white supremacy. That's the pattern. That's the MO that white supremacy has always followed. Immigrants understand the rules of racism. Too many black people choose not to. We can't allow ourselves to conflate our refusal to play the fool for the Democrats with the idea that Trump is somehow our friend. Even Richard Spencer, the white supremacist fiend, said that his now defunct alt-right would not come into its own until they disagreed with Trump. Even that crying Nazi at the Charlottesville riots said that he wanted someone more radical than Trump because, as he put it, he didn't want a president who would give his daughter to a Jew. So even the bad guys who themselves were marching for Trump and killing for Trump, they weren't about to be his fanboys. They had their own agenda, and they recognized that regardless of how much they may have liked Trump's rhetoric or that they had enemies in common, that didn't mean that Trump was willing to go as far as they wanted him to. And as far as they were concerned, that was a problem. Politics is about deal making. And no matter what this or that politician may say, the deal they make will ultimately come down to what they think is in their own personal interests. Let's not kid ourselves. If Ronald Reagan's 1986 amnesty is anything to go by, the Republicans are far more likely to try to make a deal so that they can avoid mass deportations as opposed to go through with it.
I want to ask you about Dreamers, because the president-elect told me he wants to work with Democrats on a deal to protect Dreamers. Do you believe Dreamers will have a path to legal status by the end of President-elect Trump's second term?
Only if we clean up the border. I was on the Gang of Eight bill doing comprehensive immigration. I've been on every Dreamer bill there is. But what's happened under President Biden, you've allowed 13 million people come in here legally. Until we deport people here illegally, why would you legalize it? If you legalize one person now, there'd be a run on the border. There will be no legalization. There will be no Dreamer bill until we lock our border down. And the number one job for the Budget Committee in the United States Senate is to pass a border security bill on day one. We're playing Russian roulette with our the place trying to get into the country. 250 people die a day of fentanyl poisoning. What we will do in the Senate is come up with a border bill supported by Stephen Miller and President Trump to lock down the border, create agents to deport people, bed space so they don't have to be released, and finish the wall. That's what we're going to do. If we don't do that first, it's national security malpractice. Secure the border first. Any legalization has to come after you secure your border.
People in the House, they got to understand we want to cut taxes, but we may not be able to do that. What he's saying is basically go ahead and give me an opening so I can say, well, we can't do it because of taxes. That's what he was really saying. There was no reason for him to bring that up. He should have just said, we're doing this no matter what. But instead, he's sitting here bringing up taxes. So that's going to be the excuse that gets used later on. Lindsey Graham says that there's not going to be a deal made on a Dreamer bill unless the border is locked down. So you got a ranking Republican saying that he's fully willing to make a deal as far as the Dreamers are concerned, which means amnesty. So long as he can go back to his constituents and claim that they did something on the border. And you can bet your bottom dollar that the moment some do-nothing legislation gets passed and they fund a few more miles of border fence and a handful of additional Border Patrol agents, any talk of mass deportations will quietly go away and the issue will be allowed to die a natural death. Republicans are going to control the entire government next month. They're going to have control of the House, the Senate, the presidency, and the Supreme Court. They are bound by nothing. They have front-loaded all levels of government with a whole bunch of right-wing ideologues. They don't need the Democrats to pass anything. And yet Lindsey Graham is not talking about how they're going to ramrod their agenda through. Instead, he's talking as if they're already hamstrung. He's already talking about what they can't do and the circumstances under which they can't do it. Republicans have all that smoke for culture war crap, like teaching that slavery was a benefit and banning books that have black people in them. But when it comes to anything else, they suddenly become helpless, even when they control all the levers of power. So you see what the Republicans' actual agenda is. And this is supposed to be the group of Republicans that Trump is going to be, quote unquote, working with. The excuse making by the GOP has already begun, and they're not even formally back in power yet. So history and the nature of white supremacy point to this being the direction things are going to go. The statements these politicians make are mostly used to control public opinion, to quiet down the masses and keep them pacified. Now, is it possible that outcry from the people who oppose this slippery slope could pressure Trump into sticking to what he said? Of course, that's possible. There's certainly a possibility, and public pressure has worked in the past. But tell me, has the Orange Man honored his word to black people better than other politicians? Or has he been more blatant and direct with his antipathy? Don't make a saint out of a sinner. Like Joe Biden, Donald Trump is a racist who we know from experience to be a liar. We should not be depending on the Republicans to save us because they've never done so before, and neither has Trump. If you want to say at least that he made some promises that the Democrats were never willing to make, that's fine. But people should not give Trump credit for things he hasn't actually done. If you're prepared to pat him on the back because of some of the promises that he's made and ignore the fact that he's clearly been having closed-door chats with the very people who he says he's going to be cracking down on, if you believe that Donald Trump's word and his word alone is a solid foundation to put faith in him, then those DACA advocates aren't the dreamers. The real dreamer is you. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Tomorrow Boyd, Jerome Simmons, Wen, Jerlene Harris, and Reginald Britt. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Scott, what are your thoughts on the way out on what the good professor just laid out about MAGA and DACA making a deal?
One and the same. One and the same. You know, it's all gang, man. It's all bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You know, bumping the motherfucker's head, pissing on his head, telling him it's rain. And the sad part about it is, man, you got so many of our people that go for this bullshit. You see what I mean? And that's bad.
What are your thoughts on the Dreamers program? This is Martin Luther
Okay.
Or MLK, a foundation.
Yeah, what it? Yeah, see, they want to go out there and do shit for everybody else except for us. Is because, see, they know that they antagonize us. We antagonize them speaking these truths. So what they're doing is just like Dr. Claude Anderson said, they're going to bum rush these motherfuckers here to undermine us. And they're doing it. And they're doing it. And the cold part about it is, man, they're doing an effective job on it as well, too. That's the cold part, Brother Jack. That it's effective, you know? Yeah.
Yep. Tether is the one that ushered in DACA. Can you guess who it was, Shabaka?
Obama?
John Connors.
No, Shabaka. They ran him out of Congress. No.
Oh, who was it?
Oh, Sambo.
That's right.
Yeah, that was my next guess. That was my next guess, yeah. Change that we could believe in.
Right.
Yep, hope and change that
Talking about change that we could believe in, man. And like I say, Brother Pat, and when I got to Denver that day, man, they gave that speech at the what is that there? Ain't that there the place where the buckets play? Well, we got a new development right here that's coming off of Cartoons Network. Judge says no immunity for dump and hush money case.
Oh yeah, I seen that on the news record.
Okay, but that don't mean shit. And I'm gonna tell you why it don't mean shit. Okay, is because with him being the president, for him to hit him with any type of crimes now, you would have to go through impeachment proceedings. The motherfucker already been impeached twice, beat it twice, go get impeached a third, fourth, fifth, hell, 10 times. Each time that motherfucker gets impeached, man, he's gonna beat it. You see?
He's not exempt. They said his immunity was exempt.
Yep. And I told you when I went up there to San Francisco that time, man, and I showed you where the Kangaroo, California State Supreme Court was.
Yeah.
All that time I've been going by that building over the years, man, I didn't even know that.
If I could tell Lady Che about the last names, and then somebody has a similar.
What last names?
Say last name, everybody's related.
They were on the same plantation.
No, the only reason why we got these Americanized slave names is because we was property of the slave master. You see what I'm saying?
The
and this here.
Carl, I was trying to tell us when you went to go eat at the slave master's house. You ever tell us?
Boss, we sick.
Schmucker, get Sarge to tell us that story. Well, when he met his family slaves.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. You could pull that up out the archives, Lady Che.
I know.
Sarge gonna say, man, these is my relatives, and I'm trying to tell the dumb motherfucker now, man, you were their property. You wasn't there, no relations. You was their damn property. And just like Lerone Bennett said in his book, you could borrow on your slave. You could take loans out on them. Like they did Dred Scott's ass. You know, you could put them out to hire. But another thing, though, too, Brother Che, that came from the song, you know, those who were dropped here, they had a lot of knowledge about horses. You see?
Yep.
Because the horse is not indigenous to America.
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Where did it come from?
Africa.
From Africa. The Songhai Empire. And then for those of you who ever saw a movie called Skin Game with Lou Gossett and James Garner, it showed how the Songhai slaves that they had could tame horses. And they were still amazed of how they did it.
I always wanted a mini pony, a mini Clydesdale. I really wanted.
No, I leave ponies at the racetrack.
But I really wanted to
leave pony.
And we're gonna leave them gators, them one-eyed pirates that ain't going nowhere. And
they through.
Pirates, you go about.
No, the Raiders ship did like the Titanic. They got to re-raise that motherfucker. Because that bullshit that I saw tonight was ridiculous.
Oh, Shabaka. AI says otherwise, Shabaka. AI says no, horses are not native to Africa. But they,
Wait, man, fuck AI, man. I know what the hell I'm talking about. Shit.
But they were introduced to the continent at various times. The first domesticated horses arrived in Africa around 1600 BC, likely brought by the
By the who?
The Hyksos or the Hippos.
Zebras come from Africa.
Hycos. Yeah, that's the Hycos.
And a group from the 11.
I will argue that a zebra is a horse. Oh, was anybody that would be a That'd have been a rip on me. I'm just raging water.
Chariots, the Egyptians, South Africa.
No, it's not South Africa. It's a place called Azania is the proper name of it.
Raging water, the zebra. That'd be so tight with spirit and fucking.
Yeah, that was prior to colonialism.
That'd be a rip. I would be something. I gotta go. I need to go look it up. If I ever really happened. Yeah.
It's a Dutch Indian company that brought them to Tanzania in 1653.
Yeah, the Boers, who are descendants of the Dutch, like Elon Musk.
Oh, horses are not indigenous to Africa. Horses first evolved in North America over 55 million years ago. No, horses.
We're talking about zebras. Those are horses.
They're like in the horse family.
Right, that's a horse.
I'm gonna have to look that one up.
And
then migrated across the Bering Strait.
Is a zebra a horse? Yes or no?
Into Siberia, Asia, Europe.
And that's a cold ass place, and Alaska.
Right. I'm gonna go ahead and say
now it's cold.
Wasn't always
cold. Oh, dear.
Now it is. Now. You should. If you're trying to learn something. All right, Shabbat. You said you were going to bid us a farewell after this.
Yeah, I'm going to bid y'all a good night because I took these damn meds. And they starting to work. So I know motherfuckers going to be up there clogging and chatting. Shabaka's on meds. He need to leave that shit alone. When you go up here and have this damn bone degenerative disease I got, your ass to be on meds too. This shit hurts. All right, okay. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, definitely check us out on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced here December the 17th at 6 p.m. in the Pacific, and definitely 6 p.m. in the Pacific, 7 p.m. in the Mountain, 8 p.m. in the Central, and 9 p.m. in the East. Okay, and essential services is going to be our topic, and what we're going to discuss on that there is here how the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way, is going to erode, and I'll even go so far as to say nationalize all the essential services, because it's talking about getting rid of the U.S. Post Office. Also, too, he's talking about getting rid of some other government entities. But however, go by like page Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, where you can get information on the episode at, and definitely give us a call at 516-418-5996. We'll be waiting on your phone calls. That is, if Blog Talk does not decide to fuck up again. Okay, and the number to call is 516-418-5996. Okay, Lady Che and Brother Che, I'll talk to you all tomorrow. Shabaka Sankor signing off from Sin City. All right. Take care.
Yeah, that's what I define it as. It gallops, it runs fast, it's a black horse with white stripes, it has a mane and a tail, and it gallops. That's a horse.
That doesn't make it a horse.
Goddamn right it does.
No,
It's not a camel. It's a
horse,
motherfucking horse. It's not a burro. It's not a donkey. It's a motherfucking horse. It's a horse. You don't want to be. It is a horse. I just told you that. It gallops like a horse. It's fast. It got a long motherfucking mane. It runs. No. You got
so there's kingdoms, there's species.
A zebra's a horse, man. And
It's a different species, though.
Okay, I don't care what part of the species. You're not gonna put cargo on it. No, I don't. No, I don't. You just Google watch. No, you use Google to brain. So you wouldn't get on a zebra. You would, if the opportunity was there, you would not write it. You're a fucking liar. Yeah.
In the meantime,
They got pennies It is a fucking horse, man. It's not small than a horse. I bet it'll tear your big ass down. Where's the check? Oh, Google, Oh, scared cats. It's a horse to me.
It's not, though.
He's trying to treat it like it's a
different
mule.
Species.
Now when it's out running fucking lions,
It's a completely different species.
it's not a
than
mule.
horse.
That motherfucker runs.
It's in the same family,
No, it's not.
but it's not a horse.
Just because Google says it, and she's like, I'm white and I say so, it doesn't mean it's true.
Listen here.
No, you
While
hear.
zebras, donkeys, and horses all belong to the Azoran species,
So,
they have distinct differences.
like what? What's the difference? Smaller? It outruns lions. Like, you think a fucking donkey or a mule could outrun a lion? No. Yes, no. Sometimes zebras do. Right. But that prey real fast. Google watched, man.
They each is called knowledge.
Google
You didn't go to
watched.
school, so you didn't read this in a book.
No,
I
we read
read
it
this.
off the
I read
phone.
this in a
Google
book
watched.
in elementary school. I actually went to school. I was one of the kids that actually went to
It's
school
AI
and got
indoctrination.
good grades and all that shit. So I think I know a little bit about what I'm talking about.
Ask
So,
Google what it was.
I just use Google to back up what I already know.
Come on, cuz.
So,
Stop the cap.
no, you stop the
You
cap.
stop the cap and
You
just go with the vivid
don't even
imagination.
know
Hey,
what
look, I get an
taxidermy
opportunity
is.
to ride a zebra, I'm riding a motherfucking zebra.
Okay. Well, you can go to Africa and do that.
No, I can do it here in America.
Okay.
I'm gonna ride one.
Okay.
Fast, too.
Okay. I'd like to see that.
Go ahead.
But it's not a horse. So the difference is they have distinct
See how he talks at us?
characteristics
That's what everybody
of
does.
their own. Zebras and donkeys are more closely related to each other than they are to horses. So zebras are more related to donkeys than they are horses. So they're not horses. The most notable difference between zebras and their domesticated cousins is that they are almost untamable. Zebras have been taken out of the wild and accepted instructions from a human being.
I believe it.
The reason of this is that zebras have to survive in Africa, where they are numerous large predators, unlike their Eurasian cousins, who only really had wolves to deal with. It means that when cornered, they distinctly fight back a lot harder. Besides, who really would be riding around on a lion's favorite prey? Exactly.
Me. And fast too, because I got a wild imagination. I can think outside the box.
Despite the differences, zebras and donkeys and horses are descended from a common ancestor. This creature, known as Epihippus, walked the earth on 5 toes some 52 million years ago. And it was a fox-like animal that thrived in the jungle environment, feeding on fruits and leaves. So, there you go. That's before that, we got black men were the first American paramedics.
Look at you putting in work. You a hustler. Calendar, books, and busy. So you got to know where your money.
Black American freedom history we should know. Did you know that Black American men gave America its current EMT ambulance services? Now, prior to the 1960s, there was no standards whatsoever for medical emergency services in the U.S. People were typically transported to hospitals by police or funeral homes. Now, this would change as 25 Black men began volunteering and working at a place called Freedom House in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. These Black men implemented and completed a 32-week, 300-hour course that included CPR, first aid, and defensive driving. They started operations with just 2 vans in 1968, providing unheard of emergency medical care for patients en route to hospitals. The men's service and work was so superior that the city contracted the men to handle emergency transportation in the area, even as they were being requested more frequently by callers over the police. Their first year alone, these Black men responded to almost 6,000 calls and transported more than 4,600 patients with less than a 10-minute response time. Of course, they still face racism from white hospital staff, patients, and even some city government officials, but that did not stop the impact of their work and trainings from being adopted by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration as the official ambulance standard for the U.S. This is what you see now.
To work today at 9 o'clock.
All right, so there you have it. Black American men were the first American paramedics. It's a little historic knowledge right there. So moving on, we got Charleston White says Mexicans hate blacks. Is he telling the truth?
Clock. Then we go to lunch. And
He didn't get no love, no support. So he started becoming a raccoon to get some damn attention.
Oh, can I hear you say that?
Yep.
Oh man, let me know when we're on mute so I can talk to you. Press play. I'm ready.
Audio's good? Okay, cool. Audio's good. Y'all can hear me. All right, let's play this. And then let's do some reaction.
But Hispanic, they love the culture though. They love the
but they hate the color. Mexican men hate the fact that you sleep with a Mexican woman or their sister.
White people do too.
They'll find accepted at some point. Mexicans will hate you. Men, Mexicans don't like us, homie. Asians don't like us. A Mexican be your friend all day long till his sister start liking you or his girl start liking you. I've been the ego pass down by Mexico. They are not loving toward us. Go to prison. Mexicans hate.
They do in prison. I keep
man,
hearing.
you go to jail, nigga. You go see Mexicans hate us. They just want to be us.
Like they'll side with the white.
Yeah, over us. Yeah. They don't Mexican, brown and black don't ride together against white.
That's crazy.
White and brown ride against black. So nigga, go to California and see how Mexicans really feel. Them real Mexicans. Yeah, these Texas Mexicans ain't real. Ese vaso, they Mexican. But leave outside of Texas and you'll see how Puerto Ricans feel, Cuban niggas, they don't rock with us.
Sure.
A white person is more likely to speak to you and embrace you out in public or outside of your normal environment before Mexican.
Even Africans and like Nigerians say crazy shit about African Americans.
Yeah, nobody rock with us but white American, homie.
But what is it about us though that makes us the most hated?
We're disrespectful.
And this is where we're gonna break it down. But I want y'all to watch.
We have an ethnocentric ideology belief as if we're better than everybody because we think we were the first.
We think we're old.
Yeah. We're entitled.
Yeah.
We're lazy. When you get on the job with most black people, everybody look at them and see, man, we don't work as hard as other people. So it's obvious why they don't like us. Just look around on your job. We the loudest. We come in. If we having a bad day, we go tell them off. We ain't taking what we're not gonna put up with.
So that's what we're gonna break down today. You got to see for the most part all we're gonna get through, the part we're gonna get through. And so now a lot of y'all that was talking about Charleston Wright's right. All right, let's see how right he is. Because it's a lot of things he is on point about, but we got to break it down. We got to break it down because this is what happens. What you just saw here is what happens in general. And it's the same tactic. It's how preachers work. It's how people like Billy Carson work. I'm going to give you a hint of truth. And then after I give you the hint of truth, I'm going to give you a whole bunch of bullshit on the reason why. And this is where we want to get, and that's where we want to get to. Yeah, he said, he said he went left. Yeah. This is a typical format of a hustler. And as you and I don't even get mad at Charleston because he always says he's playing a character. And then when you look at the top of his hat, he's telling you right now, I think everybody's playing. So if you think everybody's playing, that means that's basically his way of telling us he's playing. That's why you can't take it. But the thing is, people do take him serious. People do take him serious. But he's telling you, he always says, I play a character, even wearing hats, saying, I think everybody's playing. That means he's telling you that he's playing. But this is the typical move of a hustler. Tell the truth, say some real shit, and then when it comes to the solution, give you some bullshit. Example, the church. You know, your soul lives in eternity after you die. True. There's a higher power that exists. True. At least in my belief. There is a person named Jesus that saves. Half truth. Now you need to give me 10% of your income every Sunday so I can keep telling you about this dude named Jesus and spirituality. Bullshit. You see how that works? Is there a God? Most people believe there's a God, yes. Is there an afterlife? Most people believe yes. Do your soul go on and live? Yes. Do I have to give 10% of my money to get to the afterlife? No. But I'm going to use the truth of there's an afterlife and there's a higher spiritual power to then, number 3, sell you a bunch of bullshit. You see how the formula works? You see the formula? True, bullshit. True, bullshit. And it's not this is the classic approach preachers use, politicians, pimps. Hey, baby, you know, you need some protection. You got to go through me, baby. Now you can go through a lot of people, go through yourself. I don't need you. That's how it works. Politicians. The world is fucked up. Yes, it is. I am the person that can go to Congress and go to the government and demand things from you. That's true too. 3, you got to choose between either me or the Republican. You got to choose me because that guy is bad. Hold on, you ain't promised me nothing. Yes, it's true things are fucked up. Yes, it's true I have to elect somebody to represent me. But 3, your solution is choose me because he's fucked up. That's the bullshit. That's how it works. Now let's break down the bullshit right here, all right? So let's break this all the way down.
But Hispanic, they love the culture though. They love
but they hate the color. Mexican men hate the fact that you sleep with a Mexican woman or their sister.
White people do too.
Nuh-uh. They'll find it.
Right there, that's first lie. First, he says Mexican men hate the fact that you sleep with they woman and their sister. That's true. Say she says, but white people do too. That's true too. He says,
Accepted at some point. Mexicans hate you. Men, Mexicans don't like it.
He said, white men will accept it at some point. Can somebody give me a time when white people started accepting this shit? They fathers? Now, it's true that there are individual families of all colors that will accept interracial dating, but overall, it's frowned upon. So that right there is kind of shaky, but let's keep going.
Us, homie. Asians don't like us. A Mexican be your friend all day long till his sister start liking.
True.
Girl start liking. I've been the Eagle Pass down by Mexico. They are not loving toward us. Go to prison. Mexicans hate.
They do in prison. I keep
you go to jail, nigga. You go see Mexicans hate us. They just want to be us.
Like they'll side with the white.
Yeah, over us. Yeah. They don't Mexican, brown and black don't ride together against white.
That's crazy.
White and brown ride against black. So nigga, go to California and see how Mexicans really feel. Them real Mexicans.
True.
Yeah, these Texas Mexicans ain't real. No, they Mexican. But leave outside of Texas and you'll see how Puerto Ricans feel, Cuban nigga, they don't rock with us.
Sure.
A white person is more likely to speak to you and embrace you out in public or outside of your normal environment before Mexican.
Even Africans and like Nigerians say crazy shit about African Americans.
Yeah. True. Nobody rock with us but white American, homie.
But what?
No, here's the but. Nobody rocks with us but white Americans. See how Democrat coons and Republicans, they just do opposite things of the bullshit. They always feel like we need a white person. Whether you were the liberal ones and you feel like you need Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi, or you're a conservative one and you feel like, hey, just because me and this redneck on the corner like shooting guns, we all the same. Not understanding that when it comes down to it, that redneck is just somebody, because in a lot of ways we are closer because blacks and rednecks are family. We all got white cousins that we don't acknowledge on both sides. So yes, we are literally family. yes, we should be our biggest allies. But in practice, if these people, it's easy to test. In practice, if Jethro down the street was your biggest ally, what is he doing to speak up for you when things happen that harm your people? Where are these allies when it comes to hiring? Why is it all these companies can only seem to hire Black people for the mailroom or for the reception desk or for security? Where are these allies when it comes time for us that don't have a special engineering degree to just get a job that's $300,000 a year pushing paper like they do with their people? Where are these allies then? Where are these allies when a Black person, as cool as you are with that white boy, where are these allies when we speak for reparations? See, an ally is somebody that goes to their community and checks their community over bullshit. Not somebody who just smokes weed with you and lets you sleep with his daughter. That's not an ally. Just because that white man, that woman that Becky you dating, her dad's white and he's cool with it, and he drinks a few beers, that's not an ally. That's just somebody. Not bad, not good. They're just somebody. If they're not advocating for you, where are these allies? So you see how even though everything he said to this point is true, everything he says to this point is true, but what? Let's keep going.
What is it about us though that makes us the most hated?
Right here, Say Cheese asks, what is it about us that makes us the most hated?
We're disrespectful. We're arrogant,
loud.
We have an ethnocentric ideology belief.
So you see how what about us makes us the most hated? And then Charleston White goes in and saying a lot of half truths, and he goes in and talking about because we're arrogant, because we're ethnocentric. Yes. America, the United States of America, is an ethnocentric, arrogant place. See, you see how he picks out the worst of us, but still separates us from white. In America, look at this. Well, that's something else. Let me see here. I'm trying to pull up something there. America, there is a common phrase known as dirty Americans. Let me go to ChatGPT, see if I can pull something up. America is known as a very ethnocentric nation. Let me see if I can find an article. Here we go. Go to ChatGPT. This is a cultural stereotype of America. The general sensibilities of America worldwide. Arrogant, only know one language. We don't care about other people as Americans. Very culturally invasive, materialistic, wasteful. This is a common theme that Americans, white Americans, are known for worldwide. Because Black Americans aren't the ones going out. You know, we travel when we can. But for the most part, we ain't the ones in other countries going through all that shit. It's white Americans. So America in general is stereotyped with all of those things Charleston White just said. So if these people hate black people for those customs, for those things, why don't they hate white people for the same thing? It's very simple to break these people down.
That's the most hated.
We're disrespectful. We're arrogant,
loud.
We have an ethnocentric ideology belief as if we're better than everybody because we think we were the first.
We think we're old.
Yeah.
And then say Cheese be low key cooning. We think that we're old. We are old. Reparations. What the fuck is you talking about? Yes, not that we think. We are. And what's wrong with that? Would he ever go to people with small hats and tell them that, oh, that's why you think that you're old? Yeah, say that to them. See, Charleston goes right in. First off, we're talking about our culture. They love our music. So why ain't we dirty when they playing our music? We don't force Nate Dogg on to Mexicans and Asians. They picked that up voluntarily. Black people didn't force hip hop on anybody. We didn't force jazz on anybody. We didn't force rhythm and blues on anybody. But everybody picks it up. We didn't force our style of dress. As a matter of fact, we were demonized for our style of dress, wearing sneakers and tennis shoes and t-shirts and sweats and basketball gear. These are all things that we were demonized for. We didn't force these customs, these things on nobody. People voluntarily pick up what we put down. So we're not arrogant. We're not disrespectful then. And why do these people separate us and have special heat and attention for us when we are arrogant? Here's the thing. Black Americans don't give a fuck about nobody else. That be tripping me out. And maybe that's why people don't like us. We truly don't be thinking about y'all. Like, we really don't be thinking about other people. And that's no disrespect for other people. But in a lot of ways, we as a people, we're very highly self-conscious. We're very competitive amongst our ranks. Black people are so preoccupied with beating the next nigga, we ain't worried about you motherfuckers. And that's just true. We are so busy being competitive amongst ourselves, so busy trying to make, I want to make sure this shirt ain't wrinkled because if I go out there, these niggas gonna clown me. We ain't got time to think about what nobody in the other side of the world is thinking about us. We trying to make sure our shoes is clean. Because if our black people are too preoccupied of shit like, if I wear these Air Force Ones, they better not have a scuff mark because these niggas is gonna clown me. You got niggas is going to the club wearing sandals or house shoes, driving to the club so they Air Force Ones don't get scuffed and messed up. Niggas getting out the car, putting them shoes on, trying to make sure they no crease in the shoes. That's where our head is. We ain't thinking about no goddamn Nigerian or no Chinese. No disrespect to y'all, but you don't even register. Because we got a clowning culture. Going back to our old culture of clowning and talking shit. We are too preoccupied with not being a mark when we go outside. Am I lying, chat? Am I lying? So from there, I want to go into some videos that I saw recently talking about Latin culture. Well, let me finish a little bit of what he had to say, and then I'm gonna go to this other video.
We're entitled.
Yeah.
We're lazy. When you get on the job with most black people, everybody look at them, see, man,
that's nothing. We're lazy. let me address that point before I go to the next part. Because we don't work like a slave, I might have to get on full camera for this. I'm gonna have to get on full camera for this. Black people. There's nothing wrong with refusing to be a hardworking, proud slave. All right? These companies, the United States of America is one of the highest, has the highest production rate of any nation in the country as far as efficiency while at work. Getting paid little to nothing is not worth breaking your back. We learned that. We as Black Americans, we saw our grandparents go to work every day, not miss a day of work hard, only to retire and maybe if they lucky, if their job liked them enough, get a fucking watch. While those companies go on to make hundreds of millions of dollars and granddaddy's back is fucked up the rest of his life. That's what we saw. I saw my grandfather. My grandfather used to be able to weigh chickens by the hand. He worked at this meat plate factory. It took 3 Mexicans to replace my grandfather. He can get a chicken and say, this chicken is 2 1/4. This chicken is 2 3/8. My grandfather knew how to weigh a chicken within 1/8 of a pound, just in his hands. Put it down, chop it up, never missed a fucking day of work, only to retire and get a watch. We got rights, nigga. That's why we in America. You don't get no fucking badge of honor because you willing to break your back for a company that when your back do get broke is going to keep existing without your broke ass. That's not a mark of honor. Second off, we do our job and we do it well. We just ain't going to be your slave. And to take it even further, man, do y'all see how fucking, if you had a job, do you see how lazy these white folks are at work? Oh my God. I used to see this shit all the time. When I used to drive Uber, I'll never forget, I used to go over to Manhattan Beach when I drove El Segundo. That's where all the goddamn tech jobs are, like engineering jobs. Man, you pick up a black person, hell, you pick up a Mexican, the whole ride home, man, I worked a 10-hour day. I had to work through my lunch. The Mexicans be, I had to work through my lunch. I had a long day today at work. I had to work through my lunch. I had to work through my lunch. I had to get things done to set it up for the boss tomorrow. I had to work through my lunch. You pick up a white person, you picking them up from work. Oh yeah, we came in. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, yeah, they had me in. Yeah, the job had me in New York the last week. We were going over proposals and Josh, he's so arrogant and oh my God, he's just hard to work with. And then I get to work today at 9 o'clock. Then we go to lunch, and during lunch, Josh drank 5 shots of tequila, and we went to Eddie V's, and we got back from lunch. We went to lunch at about 11. We got back at 2. And then I had all this work on my desk, and I'm looking at the clock. Bitch, I'm picking you up at 3:50. Them motherfuckers be having all kind of energy, not doing shit. And then you'll have somebody like Charleston White. We don't work hard. We don't work hard. Yeah, nigga, because I saw my granddaddy break his fucking back and get a fucking watch. And companies only go as far as you allow them to. He said, there's no job FBA hasn't done well, do not do it. Right. There is a wage we will not work for. Thank you, Fila Speaks. There's a wage. You got to pay us. And that's why immigration exists in the United States. Immigration exists because Americans, both white and black, have a standard. You have to abide by these standards. A corporation has to agree to treat me like a fucking human, give me my 2 breaks and a lunch. And if it's a grievance, HR better handle it or it's going to be a fucking lawsuit. We as Americans fought for that. We didn't get that for free. Americans did not get these labor laws, labor rights for free. We as Americans fought for this, Charles Sweat. You talk about some patriots. Well, nigga, you don't sound very patriotic to me, homeboy. We fought for this right to come to work and have rules and regulations. You can't compare us to some people who didn't fight for that right in their own goddamn country. Those same corporations, they're the ones who want those people over here so that they don't have to give them rights, so that they don't have to respect them because they know the motherfuckers is going to take it. That's not a badge of honor. It's not a badge of honor to say, hey, I'm gonna let y'all just fuck me on and I ain't gonna do nothing about it just so I can have a job and work through my loans. That's nothing to hang your hat on, nigga. Yeah, Felix Speaks, we did the slave wage thing already. We're not doing it again. So that point right there is bullshit. And hell, Latinos, when they get to that second generation, they the same way. Shit, I was gonna look at the jobs. I remember my last job. Yeah, get a Latino that's born and raised in the United States of America. They ain't taking that shit either. Especially if they second generation, third generation. If they mom and dad was born in America and they was born here, shit. They all the way Americanized. All the fucking way. You piss them off at work, they will take a leave of absence on your monkey ass because that's the American way, regardless of race. All you got to do is give people that second generation, they hella Americanized. That third generation, they every bit as American as the rest of them. Ethnocentric, listen to these people who've been here for a long time. See, y'all in the South, y'all just now getting Mexicans. We've had them here for a long time. It's a sense of certain pride with Mexicans out down here in LA where they don't know Spanish. They be like, what the fuck I need to learn that shit for? I'm in America. Hell, look at my homeboy. One of my best friends is from Tanzania. He's Indian, but born in Tanzania. Came to America when he was 3. That motherfucker be bragging about. I'm like, you ain't gonna learn. I be clowning that nigga. That's one of my best friends. I call that nigga Kamala Harris because he's from India. I be like, hey, yo, Kamala, you ain't gonna learn your Indian language. He be like, nigga, my dad fought for me to get here. What the fuck I want to learn that shit for? Like, they are American. My boy and Larry, I don't know if Larry's in the chat. Larry know who I'm talking about. One of my best friends is one of the top people in the LA County Sheriff Department. One of the reasons why he became a sheriff was because I remember when we went through school, he was like, I want a job that pays well, that I don't have to work hard. I'm not working hard, but I want to get paid well. So he went to college and got law and criminal justice. And we was like, you gonna become a cop? He was like, DeJuan, I researched it. This dude's smart enough to become a fucking mechanical engineer. I was like, why don't you do it? Because our other best friend in our childhood crew, he's an engineer. It's 3 of us. We've been knowing each other since we was like elementary school. And my other homeboy, foundational Black American, he's an engineer. And my boy that's an immigrant would be like, dude, why are you working that hard? Like, who wants to work that hard? And this motherfucker went and became a cop, got a criminal justice degree because he had the shit all planned out. got a criminal justice degree, and then like some kind of specialized degree, so that when he got into the LA County Sheriff Department, he only had to be on the streets for like 2 years. And he went and worked the easiest division on the streets and been working like in management positions in the Sheriff Department for the last, 18 years. Why? Because the motherfucker's lazy. Lazy as hell. Shit, that's the American way to be goddamn lazy. We earned that fucking right. Because these people that hire us are lazy. They taking all the money and paying us pennies on a dollar. Black Americans work to the level we getting paid. And that's how everybody should work. If everybody put their foot down and work to the level they're getting paid, these fucking corporations will pay us more and treat us right. So Charleston White is over here bragging about black people not wanting to be treated as slaves anymore. Shows you the low opinion he has on us. But I want to go back and address something that he said. Then I'm gonna show you guys a couple other videos. This part here.
We think we're old.
Yeah. We're entitled.
Yeah.
We're lazy. An ethnocentric ideology belief as if we're better than everybody because we think we were the first.
We think we're old.
Yeah. We're entitled.
Yeah.
We're lazy.
So he says that's the reason why black people are not liked. Well, no, Charleston White, it goes a little bit deeper than that. I want y'all to go to this video right here. I don't want to play the video too much on my channel. This is somebody else's channel. So I'm going to put the channel, the video, the link to the video into this right here. It's in the chat. I want y'all to go back and watch this. This is some brother, I don't know his name, but this video was real dope. It's called Chess in Effect. And he's going through Mexico and he's looking for the black people in Mexico. And right here, you're seeing that this dude right here, he's telling you how racist it is in Mexico. I don't want to, so this is the video right here. I put the video in the chat. But I want to, so y'all can see what I'm talking about, but I'm gonna put this over this overlay over the top of it again. I'm gonna put the overlay over it, so it doesn't get tagged. But I want you to hear what's being said right here. Well, you can't hear because he's read the captions. Read the captions because it's in Spanish. Okay. He's talking about the arrival of Africans in 1537.
En 1537
I'm sorry, a rebellion in 1537. Let me go back. A rebellion. Let me go back a little bit.
La ruta de Ciudad de México. De Ciudad de México era la capital. El gran mercado esclavista estaba en Ciudad de México. En 1537 hay una rebelión de negros ahí. Sí, pero cuando yo estaba en Ciudad de México, cuando yo quiero buscar dónde está afroamericano, yo pregunté a la gente de allá, dice no.
I'm sorry.
Tú no sabes preguntar. Yo digo, ¿cómo preguntar? ¿Dónde están los afroamericanos, mexicanos mixtos, mexicanos morenos, negros?
Watch this part.
Digo todo.
Watch this part. Watch what he says.
¿Quién quiere ser negro?
Nobody wants to be black.
Yo digo moreno. Nada. Es señal de que eres pobre.
He said, nobody wants to be black. For those of you listening who aren't reading, he said, in Mexico, nobody wants to be black. It's a sign that you're poor,
de que eres violento, de que eres...
that you are violent, that you are ugly,
de que eres agresivo,
that you're aggressive.
Dice, yo soy negro.
Nobody says black. That's what he's saying. Matter of fact, I could turn it down. Nobody's saying black. This is what look at what he said the definition of black is in Mexico. And he said, no one wants to be black. It's a sign that you are poor, you are violent, that you're ugly, that you're aggressive. Nobody says I'm black. That means you're bad. He said we all want to be white. That's what they taught us. So Charleston Wright, the reason why they don't like black people is because in Mexico, they're taught to be white. In Mexican culture, black is at the bottom. That's what he's saying. Look at this. The first book in Mexico, the first Mexican novel was written by a black man right here. He's showing the first novel written in Mexico was by a black man. Astucia, Luis Inclán. Which goes in alignment with a lot of stuff in Mexico, because Mexico has a strong whitewashing of their history. People like Vicente Guerrero, the black second president of Mexico. This is the guy that ended slavery. They don't acknowledge him. As a matter of fact, the mulatto class killed him after he ended slavery. You got Gaspar Yanga. This man helped free Mexico from Spain, and they act like he don't exist. A whole Shaba Ranks looking ass Mexican. Gaspar Yanga. Y'all see that picture right there? So it's a deeper history going on down there in Mexico. These people in Mexico are socially engineered to hate the same way Americans are socially engineered to hate based on color. So let's keep going. He's saying that the guy's mother was a mulatto from there. He's talking about his mother. And then talking about how he described him as his color. That's how you get the color of most people in the history novels. Old novels, although they may not have pictures, they generally do have descriptive terms of the people. So I want to keep going right here. Past this part. You see right there, he said, what's the problem? We are a racist country. That's what this brother's saying right here from Mexico. And again, I want y'all to go back and watch the video. I put the video in the description. He said, you know the problem when it comes to why you don't know he's black? We are a racist country. He's saying that we are a racist country. You dig? I'm gonna fast forward to another part in this video. Again, I want y'all to click on this video and watch it. Let me see. He's talking about the state of Guerrero being basically a black state. But they don't say the word black because it's ugly. Mulatto, Moreno, all words, but not black. He's talking about how even in the black state of Mexico, they use mulatto, they use Moreno, but they do not use the word black. Showing you how intertwined, how deeply ingrained, I should say, is black. And he's saying that he's saying that in every house there's somebody that's an Negrito or Moreno, but they'll never use the word black. When you want to understand the origins of something, you got to go to the origins of that something. So if you want to understand why Mexicans think a certain way, or if you want to understand why Asians think a certain way, or any group of people, you go back and listen to the people of that country. He said, look, they say I'm not black. They are the blacks. Talking about the black people in America. They're the blacks. We don't want to be black because if I am black, I'm going to be used as ugly. Imagine yourself being a slave. You don't own yourself. You don't own your job. You're nobody. And no one wants to be that, is what he's saying. So he's talking about that in Mexico. That's what's going on in Mexico right now. The mindset of Mexico. You see what I'm saying? He said, right here, look, read on the bottom, he said, you know that there's a casting system that here to control us. There's a caste system. The same way America has a caste system. He said the Europeans controlled the caste system. And in the caste system, it's talking about mixing with a white person, you're mulatto. Mixing with an Indian is zombo. So they're talking about different words that they have in Mexico. Look at these dark women. How the caste system basically tells them who is best to procreate with. It's about how Mexico is, he just said Mexico is full of black people, but we're ashamed to say black. So this is what is going on around the world. Somebody said there is no caste, everybody's poor. Bullshit. Poor is relative to where you stand. Poor is relative to where you are, who you are. There's most definitely a caste system because if people didn't see a way out, they wouldn't operate the way they operate. In Mexico, if you're going to have a job, like he said before, the color of your skin dictates whether or not you own the shop or you clean the shop. Now to us, all them motherfuckers is poor. But to them, the shop owner definitely has more money and more respect and a higher social status than the janitor. No different than in America or anywhere else in the world. The owner is going to have a higher stratification over the servant. And whether you're the owner of the servant depends on the color of your skin. So yes, they most definitely have a caste system. You dig? So you got to realize when you're a child, when something is been built into you by the age of 8, you're going to operate that way the rest of your life unless you intentionally, with focus, decolonize your mind. Decolonizing your mind takes intent and effort. It takes therapy. It takes education. It takes a want to grow and be better. Most people are just trying to pay their bills. So if this caste system was ingrained in you by the age of 8 and you haven't accurately cleansed your mind, you're going to operate with this caste system in your subconscious whether you want to or not. Yeah, everybody got to remember, 90% of our actions, 90% of our brain activity is unconscious and the subconscious. Our actions are 10% of what we do. What we do and how we operate is an after effect of what's in our subconscious, how we view ourselves, how we view the world. And based on how we view ourselves and how we view the world, our actions ensue. Okay? So I don't want people going around saying, well, no, it's not about the surface level. It's not about that. It's deeper than that. I go way deeper than that. And that's why you need to go to intellectualpower.net. Talking about some brain food. Your mind fucked up. Take some of this shit. 3 times a day. Brain food. Get your mind clear. Intellectualpower.net. My mods are posting it. Thank you, Quan, and all my mods for posting it. Intellectualpower.net. Get yours right now. Telling you right now, that should be have my mind sharp. So, but we gotta.
Erasure is real. Gatekeep hip hop, gatekeep R&B, gatekeep your culture, period. As an Afro-Latina, like, trust me, I know firsthand the erasure is real. For context, Latino music such as like reggaeton, salsa, bachata, just to name a few, are historically Black Latino music. They have their roots in Black Latinidad. And as a result, the artists that used to have the biggest impact and largest visibility in these genres were Black Latino artists. Fast forward to today, the artists with the biggest impact and the largest amount of visibility in these genres are white Latino artists. It's so bad that they have started to play in our faces. They gave J Balvin about 2 years ago Afro-Latino Music Artist of the Year award. This conquistador Cruz, this direct descendant of Christopher Columbus, accepted and was awarded Afro-Latino Music Artist of the Year award. I will never let this go. Now, I'm not saying we don't have Afro-Latinos that are very, popular today still in these music genres, as we should, but they do not have the impact nor the visibility that the white Latino artists in these genres have began to receive. It has gotten so bad that there are now Spaniards winning Latino Music Artist Awards. Spaniards. And it's honestly just so sad to see like the erasure in fucking real time. Like our music, like we had salsa songs that would sing about, the impact of slavery in Latin America. We used to have music that would sing about and talk about the beauty of Black Latina women. None of that exists anymore for the most part. So yeah, gatekeep.
Motherfuckers don't play fair. So although Charleston Wright is most definitely right about people not liking us, people not fucking with us, you see when he goes to the solution, when he goes into the why, he brings in some more bullshit to make Black people feel like we created this on ourselves. Like we are the reason this whole thing exists. See, now what'll happen is people to come and be like, man, DeJuan, you just giving excuses. No, there's a cause and effect relationship to everything. People don't just hate people for no reason. Out of nowhere. Hate is ingrained in people's minds. Through culture, through cultural norms. It doesn't even have to be explicitly said. When you're 4 or 5 years old and you're looking around, okay. And everybody you see in a suit that look like they got a little bit of something, they have a lighter hue, they're white. Everybody you see breaking their back, laboring hard, they Black. Then you turn on the cartoons, and the cartoons, you see the novela goddamn shows that they have, the TV shows in the car, everybody white in Mexican TV, just like in America. Disney cartoons. This stuff is coming to you all day when you're in your alpha state, when your mind is in that beta state. I think it's a beta state. Don't get me wrong when I quote that. I get the states confused because I'm dyslexic like a motherfucker. But before the age of 8, before you have the ability to discriminate information, before 8, you don't have the ability to discriminate. Everything comes in. And the conclusions you draw give you a perspective on how you're going to view the world. And then from 8 through your teenage years, you're learning how to apply it. Then by the time you get to high school, you're becoming an expert at applying your perceptions that you learned and got ingrained in you by the time you were 8. And socially, people do not mature after high school. The way you view life, the way you see people, the way you deal with people, that's all done by the time you graduate high school. That's why your job has the same dynamics as high school. That's why everything has the same dynamics as high school. Everything has those same dynamics as high school. Because you don't mature past high school. The popular person versus the goofball. High school social dynamics rule the world. So while he's talking all this shit, he's giving you a fucked up answer as to why. Hey, Nick Fields, your mama must suck. Nigga, listen to the whole goddamn message before you go around typing bullshit. Did she teach you how to read? Are you one of them niggas that didn't learn how to read and listen till you was 8 years old, 10? Ben saying they don't fuck with us. Niggas, you listening? God damn. I be forgetting people that... it's people that still write their name with crayons that be in this chat room typing. I be forgetting, y'all. Excuse me, chat room. I be forgetting. It be people making comments that still drink their milk with 2 hands. Nigga get milk and be like, oh, yes, milk. Oh. You dummy. Was you listening? Or you just come in typing? God damn. That'd be the hard part about talking. You can say everything is eloquently and succinctly, and it's gonna be one dumb motherfucker that come in like Crash Bandicoot, barreling in. No, you're wrong. Ah! Nigga, I said that already. The fuck is you talking about? You emotional bastards. God damn. So back to what we talking about. Back to what we talking about. Yeah, nigga, let that sit down and pee. These niggas is dummies, boy. See, this is the reason why we got to have these discussions, debriefing bullshit, because it's people like that that'll come in and hear Charleston White tell the truth. They don't fuck with us. They don't like us. But then turn around and believe the reason why he said it. Oh, it's because we are arrogant. We don't get along with nobody. That's America, Jack. And if they're cool with white people, but not cool with us, then the obvious conclusion is it's not because of that part. Because at the end of the, I appreciate the Cash App, AH. These motherfuckers, boy. You right, Willie Mays. Too much bitch assness. And here's another person that disagrees. That did not listen. I kind of disagree with you in that you were not born hating. Who the fuck said we're born hating? Chat room. Are we in Bizarro world? Both people that I read disagree Didn't listen to a motherfucking thing that I said. Chat room, did I not say that it is socialized? Did I not say that? Did I not give an example talking about how even if it's not explicitly taught, you learn through the TV commercials, you learn through Disney, you learn through walking around town and seeing the white person owning the building and the black person cleaning the building? Did I not say this? Oh my God. The people that disagree don't fucking listen. That's why you disagree. Shit. I didn't say nobody was born hating. I said it's socialized and engineered. Gosh. I swear to God, if I had something to slam right now, I would. But I ain't got nothing I want to slam. Shit, I'm gonna slam this ticket from Erykah Badu at the Hollywood Bowl a few years ago. Nigga! Y'all see how disagreements happen? Y'all see how disagreements happen? They happen because people don't fucking listen. How long have I been talking now? For an hour? And in no time in this hour did I say anyone's born hating. Did I? My Lord. You're right, Zavon Scott. I'm gonna have to smoke one when this is over with. Like, I got a show tonight. I got a show tonight. If you in LA, you can come see me. Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me, y'all. This is the frustration with being a public speaker. You have to ultimately end up defending shit that you didn't say. I'm be at the holiday Christmas show at the Ice House tonight in Pasadena. Me, Doug Williams, Alicia Cooper, she the homie, and Reginald Brumman Ballard. I remember Brumman from Martin. My man Dannon Green's the host. Dannon Green used to be on Comic View all the time back in the day. Major love to Dannon Green. Doug Williams. Y'all remember that Jamie Foxx roast? When Jamie Foxx was like, "This is your conscience." That was Doug Williams that was on stage. He's in a lot of but that Jamie Foxx did Doug wrong. Doug is funny than a motherfucker. And bruh man from Martin. We are going to be at the Ice House tonight at 8:00. Oh my God. Yeah, I might have to smoke a blunt. Tori said, have a drink. It's Friday. Sheesh. That nigga show. Shut up. That nigga. Man, but
So there you have it. The hatred is real, and there's the reason why they hate us so much. So I'm gonna move to the last topic of the night, and that's Dr. Jill Biden throws shade at VP Kamala Harris. Mayor Brandon Johnson responds. Mayor Brandon Johnson responds.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. As usual, if you can see the ones coming into the live chat, let's get the show started. Let's get today's stream started. Today, I wanted to take a moment to speak on Brandon Johnson's response to Tom Homan in our mass deportation report here, right? Brandon Johnson finally responded to Tom Homan directly while he was on CNN. And it was really a lot of incoherent nonsense coming out of Brandon Johnson's mouth when finally being asked directly about Tom Homan. What was really interesting is that I didn't catch this live on CNN, and it's very hard to find this interview with Brandon Johnson on CNN because I guess he was speaking so much nonsense that even CNN wants to make it so that this isn't really published for the masses to see in its entirety as far as the full interview is concerned. Because when you go to the CNN website, which is the only place where you could find this interview, unless you were able to catch a replay, I guess somehow, even on the CNN website, they only play 3 minutes of the interview. And around a 3-minute and 50-second mark, they cut off the feed mid Brandon Johnson's sentence, right? He's in the middle of talking, in the middle of giving an answer, and the video just abruptly stops and goes to whatever the next story is on the CNN website. It just goes to show how much of a doofus, to say the very least, Brandon Johnson actually is. Now, I don't want to say too much right now. I'll save it. You see Brandon Johnson's currently on the screen. Let's get into what he has to say as far as his direct response to Tom Homan. Let's get into this right now.
To Trump's border czar. Mr. Mayor, good to have you back on the show. Let's start here. Your reaction to Homan saying he's going to come after you if you stand in his way.
Well, unfortunately, first of all, good morning and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and Happy New Year to the people of the globe. Look, the president-elect and the former president of the United States of America, Trump, has demonstrated an incredible disdain for people. And my responsibility as mayor of the city of Chicago is to invest in people, to protect people, and connect them to the resources that are ultimately needed in order to build not just a better, stronger, safer Chicago, but to build an economy that's sustainable. This president has shown disdain towards not just immigrants, but lovers of public education. He is dead set on abolishing the entire education department. As a former public school teacher, as a product of public education, as someone who sends my children to public schools, working people around this country want public education to work. He has shown an incredible animus towards public housing. Public housing has been the way in which families have found true stability.
This goes on for another minute like this. He's not answering the question directly. He's just rambling and going off into DNC talking points about, Donald Trump and JD Vance. And I guess he's including Tom Homan in the mix. I don't know what he's talking about anymore. He's about to start talking about climate change in a minute. He's just all over the place.
Their ability to experience a human right. He has demonstrated a contempt towards vouchers, which would ultimately make it hard for families to access affordable homes. We've built 3,600 affordable homes in the city of Chicago since I've been in office. He's also shown a great deal of evilness towards the Department of the Environment. He doesn't believe in science. Of the world's fresh water is.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know, man. He's going off so much on just a nonsensical tangent concerning whatever the specific bullet points are that he's supposed to say when speaking about Donald Trump, that what we're even going to see here next is you can see the look on the CNN reporter's face. He's struggling. This is the look of when you're really struggling to follow along with what someone is saying, and he's clearly not following along because Brandon Johnson is rambling. And what we're going to see next is that he's going to have to reel them on back in and say, okay, let's get back to the, back on the topic of, immigration and deportation. He's going to have to bring them on back in because, Brandon Johnson has gone way off the deep end with his response, which is saying a whole lot of nothing.
Green, blue economy to create real sustainable opportunities for people. And so he has not just shown
It went from illegal immigration to deportation to, you know, the Green New Deal and, you know, environmental justice. I don't, and I'm sorry, just let it play.
Animus towards immigrants.
Oh.
He has shown a great deal of animus towards working people across the city of Chicago, and it is my responsibility and it is my joy to protect all residents of this beloved city.
Mr. Mayor, I want to keep the scope of this conversation on immigration, and let me hear some more here from Tom Home in control room. Let's play that.
I don't want them to be immigration officers. I want them, when they arrest an illegal alien for a serious crime, I'm just asking them to find them. I don't want you to hold them a minute more than you have to hold them under your charges, but just work with us and take these public safety threats not only off the streets, but out of the country.
So let me ask you specifically, if you have someone in, CPD takes custody of someone who fits that scenario, that profile, accused of a violent crime in the country illegally, does local law allow you to inform ICE, and will you do that?
Here's what the local law does. First of all, as a sanctuary city, this ordinance was birthed by the first Black mayor in the history of Chicago, Mayor Harold Washington. He understood during the Reagan administration as foreign policies disrupted Central and South America. He made it very clear that the city of Chicago will serve as refuge for people around the globe. And so there's a strong Black liberation presentation that comes out of the city of Chicago as it relates to being a sanctuary city.
That is completely false. Let me say this. Here we go with the garbage about the history of Black liberation in Chicago is somehow tied to illegal immigration, and foolishness like this. I was thinking about this when I first heard him say that, right? Because I like threw up in my mouth because I get so irritated with hearing stuff like this and these false equivalences of, the historical struggle of Black liberation is somehow tied to Latin America and illegal immigrants being able to cross the border and stuff like this. The greatest asset to the DNC are Black politicians and Black political pundits. They are the greatest asset that they have. If they were to ever legitimately lose the Black vote, which I don't see happening anytime soon, and I think this presidential election kind of reflected that as well. They're not going to lose it in any serious capacity. But if they were to ever lose that, then the Democrats would genuinely be done. They would genuinely be finished. They always, when you're talking about demographic breakdowns, racially speaking, it's always more than not, you're going to see a Black political pundit, Black politician, and I'd say 90% of the time, a Black female political pundit that's going to be pushing the most nonsensical garbage that the DNC has to offer, because they can always hide behind the history of Black America. They can always hide behind the history of slavery. They can always hide behind the history of Jim Crow. And they can always make an attempt, regardless of how false the comparisons are and how much of a lie it is to say this history of Black liberation is equivalent and somehow intermingles with illegal immigration. They can always find a way to leverage Black history and the most atrocious and tragic aspects of Black American history and leverage it to justify pushing forward nonsensical policies like open borders. They always find a way, regardless of, once again, how ridiculous it sounds, they will always find a way to link it together in order to push it forward. Because the moment anybody speaks out against that, like myself, that means I hate myself and I hate being Black. If I say anything, and if anybody who's not Black says anything and speaks out against it, well, you're just automatically racist. That's the ultimate shield that they have. They love using the Black political pundit and Black politician to push forward the most nonsensical policies that they have. They always put them at the forefront because the history of Black Americans in this country is the shield that they can use to block off all legitimate criticisms, and they use it as leverage to prop up the foolishness as well. And it just gets so irritating and upsetting to hear. This guy's an idiot. Let's continue to listen to what he has to say, because it's around this time when the CNN actually cuts the feed on the website where you can't watch the whole thing because he's just talking nonsense.
Look, the law is very clear. Local police officers are not federal agents. That is clear. This so-called border czar seems to be getting educated more and more throughout, his speaking tour. It's unfortunate, though, that there is an abominable ignorance that exists within the Trump administration.
He said there's an abominable ignorance that exists within the Trump administration. And he's saying that Tom Homan apparently doesn't understand the law and the use of, local police and whatnot. But this is despite the fact that he literally just listened to Tom Homan say that he's not asking local police officers to be federal ICE agents. Can we come over here really quickly? I just want to get to the part of Tom Homan saying that, because the guy doesn't listen. He just goes into talking points mode and starts spewing nonsense and babble. Where is that at? We're right here.
I don't want them to be immigration officers. I
don't want them to be immigration officers. That's what he said.
That comes out of the city of Chicago as it relates to being a sanctuary city. Look, the law is very clear. Local police officers are not federal agents. That is clear. This so-called border czar seems to be getting educated more and more throughout, his speaking tour.
He's projecting. This is the idiot in Brandon Johnson that's literally learning on the fly how to be a mayor. And we're going to get into his approval rating in just a moment, right? But he's projecting his idiocy, his stupidity onto Tom Homan. He literally listened to a video and he's responding to a video where Tom Homan said, I'm not asking local police officers to be ICE agents and to be federal agents. Just let us into the jail. That's all we need. And then he responds by saying Tom Homan is the one who's an idiot, who's learning on a job, who doesn't understand that the local police aren't ICE agents and aren't federal agents, when you literally just listen to Tom Homan say the opposite. I can't stand Brandon Johnson. The guy's so stupid. He's unbelievably idiotic. And one of the other things that I realized about Brandon Johnson too as well is after taking a break from kind of following Chicago politics, or at least covering it on the channel, I kept following it, throughout the time that the 3 months that Kamala Harris was, campaigning, but I just stopped covering it on the channel. When I came back to Brandon Johnson and Chicago after listening to Kamala Harris for 3 months straight, it dawned on me that Brandon Johnson is very much so the male version of Kamala Harris when it comes to word salad and just not knowing what you're talking about at all whatsoever. If you think about Kamala Harris and how she responds to things and how she speaks, and then you go back and then you start really paying attention to the words that come out of Brandon Johnson's mouth, he is the male Kamala Harris. Now, Tom Homan did respond to Brandon Johnson's comments, right, from CNN. And I want to get into some of what Tom Homan had to say concerning Brandon Johnson. So let's jump into that next. But before we do that, please, if you haven't already, hit the like button. That's extremely important that you do that for me. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And most importantly, follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below. It's pinned in the live chat, and it'll be pinned in the comment section once this stream ends. Following me on Telegram is extremely important to circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. I can't stress that enough. Telegram at TD Media Group. Let's jump into what Tom Homan has to say in response to Brandon Johnson right
now. Mayor Johnson's attitude. I know you've met with a lot of blue city mayors, Tom, including Eric Adams, by the way, here in New York City, who seems to have changed his tune a little bit. He seems in a constant evolution towards singing a new song a little bit. But you're meeting with all these guys. Do they sound like Brandon Johnson?
No, he's far off the table. I mean, the comments he's making, it's just incredible. Considering his ratings in Chicago are so extremely low. I was there the other day, and there's hundreds of people there that want him removed from office. And again, I just go back to the crime rate in Chicago. Why wouldn't he want help? and removing public safety threats. But I'm going to do it. And that's what I told him. I said, you don't want to help? Fine. I can't believe you don't want to help remove criminals. But guess what? If you don't want to help, just stand aside because we're coming. And because we can't get it, we can't take the efficiencies of going to a county jail to arrest a bad guy. Now I got to send a whole team rather than one guy arresting a bad guy in jail. Now I got to send a whole team to the field to arrest that bad guy because of officer safety considerations. If that's the game you want to play, we're going to game. But if we're going to play that game, there's going to be a lot more agents in your communities just because of your failure to work with us in the county jail, a taxpayer county jail. We want to talk to the guy that you locked in a jail cell.
Right.
You locked him in a jail cell for obvious public safety concerns. When you're done with them, simply give them to us. Let us know when you're going to release them. You don't have to hold them a minute on your taxpayers' dime. When you're getting ready to release them, let us know and we'll be there and we'll pick them up. We'll take care of them from that point.
Tom, can I keep saying, and I want to keep stressing this also, is that one of the reasons, and I want to say the main reason that you're going to see resistance towards allowing Tom Homan to do something as basic as just have like one ICE agent, or two simply go to the county jails, across the country, but simply allow him to go to the county jails to pick up the illegal immigrant criminals from there versus him having to send a team out into the street, which would be a lot more than two, is because what the DNC wants is the chaos. They want the chaos and the visual of dozens of ICE agents running through illegal immigrant communities, you can say, knocking on doors and seemingly taking parents out of households with their children being left in the house crying, now being taken by what's it called? DCFS, I think it's called, right? That's what they want. And it goes to show how disgusting the DNC is. They talk so much about caring about women and children and women's rights and so on and so forth, but they're willing to use something went wrong. There we go. I should be back now. But they're willing to use, I'm just double checking to make sure everything's cool. Give me just a second. Okay, I'm back up. It looks like I might be a little bit laggy, but I'm back up. But the point is that they're willing to use, families and mothers and children as collateral, right? In order to reach their ultimate goal of what they're looking for concerning illegal immigrants pouring into their cities. You know what I mean? They will use them. They will allow family separation to occur if it achieves their ultimate goal. You get what I'm saying? So these people don't care about the people that they say that they care about. And they will 100%, as MD Williams said, use them as bait. Using them as bait, Let's get back into what Tom Homan had to say as we're rounding things out.
Ask you one quick last question. So let's say you get the illegal criminal out of the jail and you're in possession of him. I heard Sarah Carter last night on a Fox show, the weekend show, saying that El Salvador said they'll take them back. Do you guys have arrangements with other countries to take them back? Because a lot of these guys are Venezuelans. I don't think Maduro's going to take them back.
I would say to the Venezuelan Tren de Agua, don't get too comfortable. We're coming. And there are several agreements that I have, Sarah, that they're going to be removed. And I'm not going to call it countries right now because we're in the negotiation process, but we will remove them. If your country won't take you back, we'll find a country that will. We're already working on that. I'm not waiting for January 20th. I'm in the game now.
Somehow I really believe this.
The minute Rachel asked you that question, Tom, a smile went on your face. So I feel like there's more here.
Very probably.
There's more here about what I already talked. But let's put it this way: we're not waiting to January 20th. We're already negotiating. We're already talking. We're already taking actions. I've been on the road since the day President Trump announced me. So when we start January 21st, we got a great plan in place. It's going to be prioritization of the worst first. But if you're in the country illegally, you're not off the table. We're going to concentrate on the public safety threats first, and we're going to hit the ground running. And I think the American people are going to see that the mandate they gave President Trump, we're going to carry out.
All right, Tom Homan, thanks so much for the information, including the smile that reveals more information.
Yeah.
And that made me happy to see that because I was a little bit concerned myself. Concerning What exactly are they going to do with the Venezuelan illegal immigrants? Because the president of Venezuela said he's not taking them back, but it looks like they actually do. And for the first time, we're seeing Tom Homan smile. But they actually do have Latin American countries that they're going to be shipping them out to, right? That they're going to be shipping them out to, in case we can't send them back to Venezuela, which we won't be able to because the president won't take them back. But now what I want to do is this. I want to take a moment as we close things out. I want to take a I want to take a moment. I should leave this on the screen the entire time just so you can see that it doesn't matter what you say. Anyways, in closing, as we round things out, I'm sorry, it's being petty. I want to shift over to Brandon Johnson's I want to shift over to Brandon Johnson. I was going to say Brandon Johnson's credit score. I want to shift over to Brandon Johnson's approval rating, right? Let's go to Brandon Johnson's approval rating in closing so we can see how poorly he's actually doing in Chicago in closing. So this article reads here, Brandon Johnson breaks new ground, becomes most unpopular mayor in Chicago history, right? And let's just come here, because Tom Homan did touch on this. He touched on the reality of how horrible this man's approval rating is and how easy it would be for him to turn things around the way Eric Adams did if he would just jump on board, but he's refusing to jump on board. This article reads, bringing up the rear, because prior to this portion here, they were talking about the approval rating of the Chicago Teachers Union and stuff like that, right? So now when it comes to Brandon Johnson, it reads, bringing up the rear in this list of utterly unloved political hacks, and none other than Mayor Johnson himself, with an approval rating of only 14%. I'm going to repeat that again. Brandon Johnson has an approval rating of only 14%. That is unheard of. And it's not as if people have failed to form an opinion about him. His disapproval rating is now an incomprehensible 79%. I've never heard of numbers like this before. I've never heard of numbers like this before as far as approval and disapproval ratings. Was Biden's approval and disapproval ratings that low as a president? I don't even think his approval rating went down to 14%. And his disapproval rating was as high as 79%. I don't even believe that that's the case. And it gets even worse, right? Even more hilariously, a full 51% of all voters specifically view Johnson as very unfavorably. What are they getting at there? Yes, 79% view Brandon Johnson in the light of being disapproved. 79% of the Chicago population disapprove of Brandon Johnson, 79%. But when you take it a step further, essentially asking, well, do you despise the man? Because essentially that's what very unfavorably is. Do you despise him beyond the fact that you disapprove of his job? 51% of the population of Chicago says, we despise this man. We despise him. So it would be very easy for him, once again, to turn things around if he would just essentially be cooperative like Eric Adams. But he's choosing not to, for reasons that I'm going to get into in another video, but I'm not going to get into it today. But what I will say is this concerning Brandon Johnson, his approval rating, and why he doesn't care, and why he's not trying to fix it, and why he's totally fine with being a one-term mayor. I'll say this much in closing. I remember when I first started covering Brandon Johnson, I used to see a lot of people in the comment section say that Brandon Johnson, prior to becoming the mayor, was on a payment plan to pay for his electric bill. I don't know if that's true. I never looked into it to find out if it was true or not. You know what I mean? But that's what people would say. But I will say this much. He went from being on a payment plan, all right, to pay his electric bill, before becoming the mayor of the Chicago to rolling into millions of dollars. Brandon Johnson is set for life, ladies and gentlemen. That man is set for life. But we're not going to get into that right now. That's going to be for another video coming this week. So with all that being said, I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're
To hell with Brandon Johnson. God. All right, last topic is Jill Biden. Sleepy Dementia Joe's wife throws shade at VP Kamala Harris. Ooh.
Are you a successful entrepreneur or one in training? You've got.
So, if we're going to do this, we need to set some rules.
Your behavior is unacceptable.
Is it?
You would think if we pay more for healthcare, we would be probably ranked number 1, number 2 for life expectancy, but no. So, you know, and if you study the history behind universal healthcare, they actually was going to do it, but why, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have universal healthcare? Can you tell me why before we get started? I want to see if you're paying attention. Why don't we have universal healthcare in the United States of America? Can you tell me why? Why don't we have universal health care in the United States of America? And I'm going to give you a hint. No, it's not because it will cost too much. What is the reason why we don't have universal health care? Well, Keisha got it. There you go, Keisha. Keisha said, we don't have universal health care because them folks scared black folks would get it. Yes. The history behind that was when they originally wanted to propose universal health care, they were saying, no, we don't want it because the black people would get it. So that way they don't have health care and they'll just go ahead on and die out. That was like the plan from them. So they hurt themselves to hurt us, but in the end, they're hurting themselves, right? So they could have free health care. They can have free prescription drugs. They can have all that right now through the government, right? Like they say, Medicare for all, right? Which I'm a supporter of that. Certain things that certain people have said, like even on the Democrat side, I support. I've said that. I'll support universal child care. Like, how you going to expect parents to go to work and they can't take care of their children? Like, or have someone to take care of their children? They can't do both. And child care can't be much as a freaking mortgage, right? But the folks don't want that either because they're afraid me and you gonna get it, right? We gonna benefit off that universal child care, right? And they think, wait, if they can have their kids over here for free, they're gonna be making more money. Oh, no. That's really everything that we can't progress as a nation is behind anti-black racism completely, okay? And that's a stream all by itself. Maybe we'll talk about that a little deeper, but let's go ahead on and get started, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead on and get started. Miss Tiffany said that's dumb. They don't want us to have, so they privately own. Yes. Listen, you don't know how dedicated the folks are to harming us. They will say, I rather go to the grave sooner than I have to, just so black people can't get something to extend their life or something to be like, listen, that's dedication. I got to give it to the folks. You are dedicated. You are completely dedicated to what you're doing, because if you weigh it next to what y'all complaining about right now, it doesn't make sense, right? And if we look at all the different companies with the insurance, you could pay 10, 20 years to your health insurance. The 21st year, you need to use it. Maybe you got hospitalized, whatever the case may be. Maybe you need a procedure done. Now, all these years, they've been collecting your premium, but now they want to deny you, or they want to say, oh, we're going to kick you off your insurance because you spent too much money. But the past 20 years you've been paying, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Universal health care would eliminate all that crap, right? And that's what I support that. If I knew whatever party, I don't care if it was the Democrats, if I knew they can get that done and they were serious about it, but see, the Democrats not even serious about universal health care either. They're not. They say affordable health care. They don't say universal health care or Medicare for all. They don't believe in that. So that's the Democrats on that. But they'll lie and say they want affordable. Listen to the words the Democrats say. They say affordable. They don't say universal. They don't say Medicare for all. They don't say that. So the Democrats don't believe in it either. Because like I said, the Democrats are just as racist as the Republicans, right? Because the Democrats don't want us to have nothing either. Because if so, we would have had it already all the way we've been voting for the past 60 years. So let's get started here with Mr. Daniel Penny here. I think a lot of you have heard that J.D. Vance had invited Daniel Penny to the Army-Navy game. Now, as you know, Daniel Penny is the person that, and I use that very loosely, that took the life of Jordan Neely. Jordan Neely was hungry. Jordan Neely was having a mental health, breakdown, which people as homeless do. Jordan Neely, did, they said there was some, drugs in his system. Well, that kind of happens with people that's homeless sometimes because they're just trying to cope in best way they can, right? And a city that's spending billions of dollars on migrants, they couldn't spend some of that money on Jordan Neely and make sure he ate and had a place to stay and, somewhere to address Jordan Neely's mental health, right? And we know that Daniel Penny, he crept up behind Jordan Neely and put him in a chokehold. Not only did he put him in a chokehold, he was assisted by immigrants who came to America. We clearly see they were immigrants. Look like some, whether they Caribbean or African, or look like someone of Hispanic descent as well that we've seen for sure. And now one of them said, hey, okay. Hey, he looked like he passed out. Let off of him. Nobody said that. Nobody used some common sense to say, let off that man, right? You would think that alone would have got him convicted, because they could have said, look, you was actually trained in the U.S. military. So you know what you're doing. It's not like some civilian that don't know. You were trained in what you were doing. Usually when you have a training, you have more scrutiny. You know what I'm saying? Like a boxer. If a boxer beats somebody up and they end up passing away, or whatever the case may be, they usually going to have more of a penalty because they hands is almost like lethal weapons. They've been trained, how to hit people, right? And you would have thought that, okay, that this guy would have been convicted. But we have to remember, before we continue with J.D. Vance, New York is a Democrat city. Democrat mayor, Eric Adams. Democrat DA, Alvin Bragg, both black men. I'm not talking about where they from or who their ties are. I'm just saying it for right now. We have a Democrat state. New York is a Democrat state. Most of their representatives in New York are the Democrat Party, where they're in the House or the Senate. You have your girl AOC. She didn't say anything about Daniel Penny. Not at all. The Congressional Black Caucus did not say nothing about Jordan Neely. They didn't raise hell. They didn't say anything about the verdict. And I think that's something that we probably need to get into a conversation about a little bit more. We have a so-called Congressional Black Caucus, and they wasn't in New York raising hell about what happened to Jordan Neely, the verdict, or anything. This is what I'm talking about. We have a so-called Congressional Black Caucus, but they say nothing. Something happened to a black person, and if it's in a Democrat city or Democrat state, they're like, right? But let that would have happened in a red state. Let that would have happened in Texas. Let that would have happened in Louisiana or somewhere they could blame the Republicans. Oh, here they come now. The only time the Democrats, especially the Black Congressional Black Caucus, will come out unless they can point blame at the Republicans, say, see how racist those Republicans are? And you see, look what they're doing to us. And look at this. But if it happens in a blue state or blue city, they have nothing to say. What's the point of a Congressional Black Caucus and you don't stand up for black people? Because maybe now if there's some video that the Congressional Black Caucus came out raising hell and I just didn't see it, then send it to me. I would amend my words. But I have not seen it. I have not heard it. But that's our problem. That's our problem. So now let's go to the Democrat shields. Let me give it to you. So why is it that the Congressional Black Caucus didn't say nothing about Jordan Neely? Why? Why they wasn't raising hell about the verdict? Why they wasn't saying anything? Why it had to be Hawk Newsom and the other sister raising hell outside the courtroom? They're not the Congressional Black Caucus. But we have all these black folk, Clyburn, all of them, right? Yvette Clarke and you name them. Nobody's saying nothing about Jordan Neely. So if our black political class isn't saying nothing about Jordan Neely, and if our black political class isn't saying this is outrageous, look at what they do to us, XYZ, and they don't say nothing about it, everybody's quiet.
No matter who you are, there are times it can be tough to be yourself when you have severe asthma. Triggers can pop.
Why is the Democrat shield saying something about J.D. Vance inviting him to the skybox? Hold on. Democrat shields. I'm putting this in your lap. Hold on. So, Democrat shields, you're sitting up here, and I know what you're saying. Yeah, see. Y'all voted for that. Yeah, that's what y'all voted for. Or what's the other argument they're saying right now? All y'all who sat on the couch, because those of you who did not vote for Trump are none about it. You sat on the couch, and y'all sat on the couch. See, this is what y'all get right here. See, this is what y'all voted for. Y'all sat on the couch. Y'all should have got off y'all couch and voted Kamala. And you see this picture right here, and see, this is all racism. I say, why are you talking about racism now when the Congressional Black Caucus should have been talking about racism way before they even got to this point? Maybe the Congressional Black Caucus would have been raising hell. This picture probably would have never happened, because it would have been an outrage and a backlash with this guy. But you said nothing. Your black mayor said nothing. Actually, your black mayor said he was a hero. Your Democrat governor, she said nothing. But now you're saying something with this picture. Well, maybe this picture wouldn't happen if your behind would have been silent. From the last time I checked, only 2 people was raising hell outside the courtroom, the loudest, and it sure wasn't the Congressional Black Caucus. So don't say nothing to nobody about that sat on the couch. Don't say nothing if somebody actually voted for Trump. Say something for yourself, because you didn't speak up for Jordan Neely at all. So let them think like, oh, okay, well, black people ain't tripping about it. And hey, the Democrats are cool with it. Well, shoot. Yeah, he was left free innocent. Shoot, I guess they agree with it too. Well, come on in. Shoot. Man, hey, I guess you're a hero. Come on. I guess they agree with it because they silent. He is a hero, right? Because black people are silent. The Congressional Black Caucus are so silent. So, hey, I guess they agree with that because they're not saying anything. So why don't we invite him to the game? Shoot. They agreed with it. G. Reed, I'm not talking about the people who were there. I don't care where they were from. That's being a human being. You don't sit there and watch somebody get. It's kind of like if you see somebody get in a fight and the one person got the best of the other person, say, all right, bro, don't kick him. Don't kick him. Like, you know how it is. You step in and say, don't kick him, bro. Don't kick him. Like you already got him down. Don't do that, bro. This is you get him back and say he lost, bro. You got it. That sort of thing. You don't watch somebody just kick somebody and they out. They just kicking and doing all kind of, because you stopping them from going to jail actually when you pull them back. But anyway, until I hear the Congressional Black Caucus, but this is the Congressional Black Caucus to do later, maybe. They'll come out and say, oh, you see, look, Trump and J.D. Vance. Oh, look, and play these games. But they can't play it with me because your behind should have came out the moment the verdict came out, and every last one of y'all should have came out and said something. Don't say nothing about this picture and gaslight black people when you didn't say nothing at all. So let me hold on. Let me get up off this screen here with these people looking silly here. But let me say something to the because I have it in there the GOP shouldn't get comfortable. Republicans, let me talk to you. And I'm going to talk to black people too. I got two people to talk to. Republicans, don't think you got like a pass to just start being racist or something, or start pulling antics, or black people not going to say nothing about your antics. So you think you can just be. I promise you, this is the deal. If black people sit it out, you win. If black people vote, you never win. That's a fact. Don't get black people will get up off their couch if you do too much. I promise you that much. And they will come out in the midterms and disrupt your whole situation, because you have to understand, all it would take to disrupt everything with Trump is for, in the midterms, the Democrats get the House or the Senate back. And that disrupts everything with Trump, and he's done. Don't make the mistake. You think you got something good going? Don't play. Don't get comfortable. I'm telling you, don't get comfortable. Because it don't take much for black folks to get off that couch and say, okay, all right, I'm about to show them they're doing too much. They're doing too much. Black folks right now is kind of saying, I'm going to let y'all do what y'all do. I'm not getting involved in none of y'all other groups. Y'all have at it, right? Y'all sitting up here doing what y'all doing. Okay. But also, let me say something to the folks that look at Daniel Penny as a hero. Your culture is very interesting to me, because every time a person's a national hero, they have to do something like savage or destructive. They looked at George Zimmerman as a hero. Very savage what he did to Trayvon Martin. They looked at
Applejack, you'll spot winter lager seekers, fine wine peepers, fancy gifters, and small batch sippers.
Kyle Rittenhouse as a hero. And look what Kyle Rittenhouse did, not to somebody black, but he did it to white people. But because those white people was off code, he's a hero for doing that to white people who was off code. They celebrated Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh, Lord. You know what I'm saying? But if I feel you, my personal opinion, I think it was an accidental death. I support my veterans. Well, Daniel Penny was trained. That's why I feel he should have been convicted. Okay? He knew that dude was out. Come on, man. It's like you get into a fight. If you knock somebody out, you don't keep beating them while they out and kicking them and doing. No, come on. You know better. He knew that dude was out. He wasn't moving no more. He knew better than that. So but that's what I would say. That's, to me, that's common sense. But you celebrate guys like Daniel Penny. And then look what happens to these guys that you're celebrating. Their life is usually really ruined. It's not a whole lot they can do a lot of times, because they're going to be scrutinized in society. Yeah, some of you who think he's a hero, who's demented, maybe pat him on the back, but how that man really going to be working a job somewhere? I mean, his face is recognized everywhere. Some people may feel a certain way about him and don't want to hire him to work a job. So it's a lot of things that man may go through because they lifted him up as a hero, right? And he, so that's that. There's a lot of people within their community that do good things all the time. And you never see them lift them up. Well, why J.D. Vance did not invite a white gentleman who fed the homeless in New York? I'm saying, or a white lady who's feeding the homeless and making sure people are fed and inviting them to the skybox. Why couldn't he do that? I'm just trying to figure that out. Then at the same time, I mean, it's kind of funny to me. I'm laughing about it, and I'm glad black people are not really on the cabinet too much like that. Trump got his cabinet like high school. Y'all noticed that? He bringing everybody. Everywhere he go, it's kind of like Regina George on Mean Girls. He having them go everywhere with him. Everywhere. He go to the skybox, all of them going to the skybox. He goes to a UFC fight, all of them go to a UFC fight. I'm like, bro, is this high school Why you got everybody around you all the time, bro? Like, if he eat McDonald's, everybody got to eat McDonald's. It's like, so see, aren't you glad FBA is not working for him? I can work for a dude like that. Because if you don't do what he do, he gonna have a problem with you and run you out of there. We all know Trump's a narcissist. We know that. I wouldn't want to work for him. So some people, no black people working for him. Like a black person, like, you got some silly black people that'll follow along. But we talking about your rank and file FBAs. No. I'm like, okay, man, we went to the game. All right, we went to bro, I gotta spend time with my lady, man. Well, he really not gonna frown upon that if you don't go. I'll see him later. Like, I ain't y'all gotta take my girl, And notice, nobody women with him, nobody ladies are with him. Or if the women there, none of their husbands, they all riding in a crew together like high school. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I would not, it's like Keisha say it's sickening to be following a grown man. I wouldn't want a bunch of people around me all the time. No, okay. That's how your coworkers come with you sometimes. Okay, we do something together, but dog, like, I don't want y'all everywhere with me. Like, okay, but maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. Now let me get to black folk. Let me talk about you. I understand that some of us do agree with some policies on the conservative side. I understand some of us are not feeling the Democrat Party. Okay. But this is what we don't need to be doing, black people. And this is why I really don't promote, let's go over there to the Republican Party. I think we should just stay independent. Because listen, you fighting for black people, but don't go over there with them folks and start Trump dancing. Don't do that. If you're going to go to a Republican event, they could Trump dance all they want. I'm here to talk about business. Like, hey, what policy are we going to do for the black community, Republicans? I don't Trump dance. So to me, that's the most, if I'm going to dance, let me do something that FBA's created or something.
Imagine nonprofit work transformed by purpose-built tools with the Giving platform built for purpose.
Or if FBA isn't created, let me go do something they're doing in the Caribbean or Africa or whatever. I'm not doing some of the most basic milquetoast, mayo stuff. No, I'm not doing that. Okay, I'm here to talk about business. I'm not doing no golf swing. I'm not filing another man. I'm here to talk about business. That's it. Y'all can do it all you want. Knock yourself out. But if I'm in your event, I'm here to take care of business. I ain't wearing your MAGA hats. I'm not doing anything. I'm here to talk about the business of the black community. What you got, Republicans? That's it. Y'all want to Trump dance and all that, have at it? I'm out. I just want to get the business done. But black folk, don't start doing that. Because even though you may mean well in your fight, you don't want to start looking, what's the word I'm looking for? And I know you're not intending to do that. Because I know you're just excited about some things. I get it. You don't want to look buffoonish. You don't want to come across your community that you're kind of teeter-tottering on that, bootlick stuff. So just stay in the fight. Take care of the business. Do you? You understand? Because let's call it what it is. Black conservatism and white conservatism is not the same. It's not the same. So you can agree on some things, but don't get into the cult of Trump deal. Don't Trump dance. Don't put on MAGA hats and all this stuff. Because this dude gonna be out of office in 4 years. Then what you gonna do? Right? So let's just stick to business. I'm not condemning nobody. I'm just saying let's just stick to business because I'm starting to see some things and it's not looking well. Okay? And I'm saying this in love. I'm not saying this to clown. I'm not saying this to talk down. This is a generalized message. It's not pointing at nobody in particular, so don't write me. If you feel a certain way what I just said, that's you. You do what you want to do. I'm just saying you don't want to start looking buffoonish to the community. even though your heart's in the right place. Okay, so don't Trump dance, don't golf swing, don't put on MAGA gear. Just stick to the business of the Black community, and we good. That's it. That's it. All right. All right. Yeah, business, always business. That's it. Don't Trump dance. All right. Now, let's get to the second thing I want to get to, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to Dr. Jill Biden. I want y'all to check this video out. This video just came out. Listen to Dr. Jill Biden. I want y'all to listen to this.
So I hope that you all feel that sense of, peace and light, and that just for a moment when you leave here today that you feel, I don't know, a sense of joy. Because I think we all need like this, we all need to feel joy now during this time of the season, during this time. So anyway, okay, now I'll start. You're all reading into that.
Dr. Jill Biden. Oh boy, let me tell you something. The older you get, usually the sharper you get at throwing shade at people, usually. Because you can really think, and I say, oh, look what she leading up to. Boy, she don't like Kamala. Oh, she don't like Kamala. She don't like Kamala. Said, nah, Phil, you're not. I like my space. What are you talking about? I don't know what Dominique, I don't know what you're talking about. She don't like Kamala, boy. She don't like Kamala at all. She was red hot when Kamala took that position about gonna be the nominee. Oh boy, it did. But did I not tell y'all that Kamala should have did that? Because you have to show loyalty to the people that put you on, man. That's just a general principle. You show loyalty to the people that put you on. You finish the race, and you finish everything with him. If he gets voted out, you have nothing to do with it. Finish with him. Then if you want to come around in 2028, then you cool. You got his blessing, his wife cool with you, everybody cool with you. It's no problem. It's certain principles that you have to operate by. You know what I'm saying? It's certain principles. God, I hate when people trying to call me when I'm busy. Anyway, God, I hate my phone ringing. But it's like, if you put me on, man, I can't do that. I can't, man, Phil, but hey, if you take this position, man, we can get you a lot of, nah, because he put me on. And I'm not going to screw over people that put me on. I'm not going to do it. Unless they tell me, no, I think you should do it. I think, no, I want you to do it. And like, nah, I don't think I want to do that. No. I'm insisting you do it, man. I don't want nobody but you. Now, if that person that puts you on insisting that you do it and you know they genuinely mean it or whatever, that's different. That's different. But you know the way they forced Biden out. He didn't want to get forced out. It don't matter what somebody say, I wouldn't have did it. I was like, nah, I'm gonna ride with him and I'm gonna finish up the term with him. I'll figure out what I'm gonna do later. And think about it. If she would have did that, she probably would be in a better position to be California governor in 2026 because she wouldn't have went through 1.5 billion. She wouldn't have made herself look silly the way she did that. All this stuff that's going on about the party and all that, none of that would have went down with her. She would have came out okay. But this is what happened when you're not loyal. You have to be loyal to people that look out for you, man. That's just a universal principle. How somebody put you on and you're gonna turn against them? You know what I'm saying? That's why some people, some people, right? People like Jay-Z and all that, but Dame, if you look at some of the videos and the way Dame was fighting for Jay-Z and Rockefeller, and how Dame then let people screw them over, and how Dame then played them folks, Dame Dash. Like, y'all really need to see some of the documentaries and videos with Dame Dash back in the day. Dame was by this crew, and it's sad to see, how Jay-Z did what he made more money later and did whatever he did later, but it just be hard for me to turn away from people that just put me on. It'd just be hard for me to do it unless something happened. And I understand sometimes things do happen. Yes, I understand. And you can have a disagreement and then you may fall apart on something. I get it. I get it. Right. But it just, man, I wouldn't even, man, I know if I got a lot of money and the dude that put me on, if he down for some reason, and I got millions, right? And he down. And I noticed the dude that put me on down, I would think, you know what? I got almost $1 billion. I call him up and say, hey man, look, I'm going to send you about 2-3 million, man. You know, but let's sign an NDA because I don't want you telling nobody I sent you this money. We're gonna sign this NDA, and I see this 3 million. And man, dude, you know, yeah, flip that, do your thing, bro. I don't want to see you down like that, man. I don't want to see you not have the money you need to have, because man, when I didn't have it, you helped me get there, and I springboard off of your help. So man, you down? I got to do that to you. I got to. It just, but I have to think, because even I've had people in my family and different things tell me, like, well, you're rare and you're different. Most people don't think like that. They think selfishly and all that. So I don't know. So you put me on, I gotta, you know, you could ask people that's still around me now. If people did something nice for me or they started with me, I usually try to stay with people. I don't just like, oh, well, you can go with this person and they'll do this for you and you can go be with that person. I'm like, I can have other people come on later, but I usually try to stick with my core group, especially people that just held me down. You know what I'm saying? And held me down doesn't mean paying my bills, and make sure, because when I don't, Dr. Umar made a video recently, and I know Dr. Umar says a lot about relationships, but I don't, you know what?
Use Venmo Groups to seamlessly add and pay expenses all in one place, making it easy to manage group expenses so you only settle up once. Create a Venmo group.
That conversation, I probably need to put that on my other channel, because what he said about that $700 as a father, that just ran through me. I'm probably gonna talk about that one on my other channel. But anyway, now let's get to people are selfish. Well, people in general can be selfish. I don't want to put that on one group or whatever. People are generally selfish. That's just kind of it takes a lot, to learn to give. It takes a lot. And it's a biblical principle. If you give, it shall be given unto you, right? It will come back to you. It really will. If you be giving, if you're selfish, you're not going to have much to give. Now, let's get to your boy, Brandon Johnson, real quick. Now, your boy, Brandon Johnson, you remember Tom Homan came to Chicago at a Republican event and said, if Brandon Johnson get in my way, then I'll put some charges on him, right? So you remember he said that about when he want to go over there and do mass deportations. Well, check out your boy, Brandon Johnson, what his response is to that.
I don't want them to be immigration officers. I want them, when they arrest an illegal alien for a serious crime, I'm just asking them to find them. I don't want you to hold them a minute more than you have to hold them under your charges, but just work with us and take these public safety threats not only off the streets, but out of the country.
So let me ask you specifically, if you have someone in, CPD takes custody of someone who fits that scenario, that profile, accused of a violent crime in the country illegally, does local law allow you to inform ICE, and will you do that?
Here's what the local law does. First of all, as a sanctuary city, this ordinance was birthed by the first Black mayor in the history of Chicago, Mayor Harold Washington. He understood during the Reagan administration.
All right, I'm gonna end this. Thank y'all for tuning in.
Wait. I gotta tell people something. I gotta tell people something. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Am I off mute?
Yes.
Am I off mute? Wednesday is a RVA coming in the afternoon. I got 3 more left before I take on a new change to my series. I only have 3 more left, so we're gonna cover a couple of serious heavy things, like to get it out of my system. So they're like I just got a couple of things in my queue that I got to go over. Obama's speech, I wanted to laugh about a little bit. A couple of Denver things that I got to highlight, and a few other things that I put in my queue. So I only got 3 more episodes of the RVA coming for this end of my cycle before I venture on to, some different type of material, just for, to break up the monotony. Okay, I want to tell you guys that because it's important, and the way things are going. I had a serious situation happen a few days with my family, and it's kind of a hard thing going. So I just want to let you guys know that I will be doing an RVA Wednesday. And it's gonna be good. So tap in, please, or not, either way. Say Black, say dangerous, and thank you.
All right, peace, y'all.
Say thank you. You can tell people bye, like for real.
Yeah, thank you for tapping in. Appreciate everybody that tapped in. Season 4, episode 38, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. We'll see y'all tomorrow for Shabbat Experience, so later on today. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. See Black Experience Enhanced.
Clock talk, time and number.
Look, Lady J, let me do my closing. The last show I do it, Lady J.
No, you're not. He's lying.
Yeah, beyond ridiculous.
He's not. He's lying.
Right,
You don't mean
it. Yeah.
You don't mean it.
Y'all should know the number by now, but
You don't
just
mean
in case you don't know, you've been sleeping under a rock or something. The number is 516-418-5996. So we'll see y'all then. Peace.